think should be here.
Once you come, then I'll just give a quick introduction. If you need to go to washroom, straight to your right. Water bottle right over there, sweets also there. If you want to grab your coffee, tea. I already prepared hot water, glass also prepared already, and all three in one packet. So you can DIY, you can bring it over here also. No issue.
Morning.
Okay, I'll give a brief introduction. That particular student is on the way. Okay, my name is Yogi Swara, the manager, training organizer. He's your trainer.
Okay.
Yeah. You can book the video class, right? There are so many classes over there on the other side over there, yeah. I didn't know you were going to make coffee. It's okay. Alright, so we have two company names. AS Automation Services and AS Automation System Training Centre, PLT. So in 2012, my boss, Mr. Zundrason, he opened up his company. His background, he was ex-army.
Oh.
He was ex-army under TUDM, then he was a technician. After he completed his service, then he's from Kedah.
Oh.
He's from Kedah, then he came down here in the 90s, and then looked for a job in Singapore and did his diploma in industrial automation in Singapore. But before that, he was a graduate under Royal Australian Air Force as an instrumentation engineer. So after he did his studies, then he pursued his career in engineering, and he become passionate with PLC. He started touch old models. At that time, all the DOS-based PLCs, he touched that. And the first PLC he touched was the S5 Siemens S5 PLC. So after that, then he slowly moved on with other brands of PLC, Bradley, Mitsubishi, Omron, Siemens, G5, that of PLCs. He slowly moved to that. He worked in various companies from pharmaceutical to cement mixing to and he also used to work in port. I think he completed his 35 years of experience. Unfortunately, in 2022, due to his health condition, he had to retire. He's my father actually.
Okay.
So,
So dia bukan trainer lah sekarang?
nah, he's no more trainer already, I think. Yeah, Mr. Sundrasan. And in 2000, I think before 2012, in 2010 like that, he joined up with his co-partner Andreas and opened up AS Automation Services in Singapore first. but that one is mostly focused on project consultation. And then in 2012, we opened up this AS Automation Services here in Johor. But here we focus more on training. But before that, we first kickstart focusing on services and projects. Services, we do a lot of 100-kilometer radius, and projects, we can do it worldwide. And most of the time, we used to focus on ASRS project, automated storage and retrieval system, WMS. So after that, in 2000, and we also at the same time slowly kickstart with training. And after that, in 2014, we registered ourselves under HRDCorp as a training provider. And since then until now, we have trained more than 3,600 plus participants. Not in nation, including foreigners also. I don't know how they find us. They come here all the way from Libya, from Scotland, from Singapore. I mean, Singapore, Indonesia used to be our major client. And yeah, from Mongolia, even from Australia also boys. Even last year we had one Mansali showed up out of nowhere.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just keep moving forward. And then, yeah, Mr. Tivian, he joined us in 2015, and his background is mechanical, and he did his studies in UTL, and he is completely trained by Mr. Sundresan in experience base. And I, as a marketer, as a training organizer, whatever project or services I bring in, I proceed at them. They gain that experience and share it to the participant. So we touch a little bit of theory, and then we straight away jump practical. Okay, so yeah, this training will be Siemens S7-1200 PLC. It's constantly yeah, basic to intermediate. So timing will be 9 to 5. Later on you can discuss what time you want to have your lunch and everything. Okay. So at the end of the training, consultation will be provided to all the participants who is holding our certificate, which means we can give you remote support if you need. And then, yeah, certificate will be provided. So, for certificate part, can you prepare name, this one. So, you must certificate. What is your one? Just do need your name, IC, and email address. Because at the end of the training, I will provide to you the hard copy. I will give it to you. Soft copy, I will email to you.
Email address.
IC, sorry, full name, IC, and then email address. Your full name and IC too. That's certificate. And also. Okay, while we wait for another person, and take his time and come, I will just pass it to Steven and he'll start the training first. Okay, good? Okay. Alright.
So you are Mr. Adam.
Yeah, saya ada WhatsApp.
Another one is Mr. Anderson.
Oh, Mr. Anderson. Oh, okay. His name also, I think, we call him as Adam as well, is it?
Yeah.
Sudah tu baru tahu. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
So you're staying in Marine?
Omron, yeah.
Okay, how was the place? Okay.
Okay, tapi I don't know lah for 2 weeks kan.
2 weeks, yeah.
I think maybe jam.
Like you say. But the place, I mean the makan place, the bank all walking distance. Last time I stayed there.
Hotel it's okay lah. Cuma saya belum sempat lagi pergi
Yeah, okay.
tempat-tempat dia belum jalan juga.
Yesterday is apa?
Yeah.
Yesterday what time?
I think almost 7 p.m. 7 p.m.
also supposed to join, but no news. And my just start. He is joining for 3 days.
So I see.
Basic to the video ni 3 days. So Monday to Wednesday.
Itulah, I have to plan dua PLC terus, or
Yeah.
it's difficult to get approval.
Yeah.
I have to make it as one.
Yeah, I understand. Because this one is so very difficult to get approval. Yeah. So you work on the on the deep oil rig,
Chemical plant,
chemical plant.
but our PLC mostly on the machine lah.
Yeah, on the machine.
Control engine.
Okay. So yeah, because I know Allen Bradley and Allen Bradley and Siemens are famous.
We have Siemens and Allen Bradley.
Okay. Alright. But PLC is very simple. PLC is okay. It's a one controller. They can go through that. Okay, it's a one controller. So, the most important, you need to understand the concept when we do programming, right? When we do programming and thing. Then first 3 days is okay, we follow syllabus lah. Then once we finish TIA portal, the next week maybe I think Allen Bradley just needed 3 days lah, 3 to 4 days enough because you already don't know the basics here, right? So the PC, like I said, the PC S7, right? Maybe next week Monday we can try.
You pernah pakai?
Kita pernah pakai.
I think.
But I know the software because it's based on SIMATIC Manager system. So it's similar to SIMATIC Manager system lah. But they like this ada banyak software di combine.
Betul. Saya PC S7 I never pakai.
Okay.
Cuma just tengok lah. Allen Bradley and Siemens saya biasa buka troubleshoot, tapi I'm not a programmer lah.
Oh, okay. But you pernah buka di software?
Untuk troubleshoot saya tengok.
Okay, then it's okay.
Program biasa consultant buat kan.
Ya, faham. Because programming, nak buat programming memang kena jadi programmer. At least minimum one who build a big program, right? Minimum 2-3 years. Must do a programming, everything. Okay, because here also, sometimes I give, if I get very big project also, sometimes I will take some time, long time to do the projects. That's why I say, also say, sometimes I do training and also the project. So that's why nowadays I just take small projects. Don't take big projects because big projects are then I cannot consider on training. Okay, never mind. Go to Siemens TIA portal. Okay. The manual, the soft copy manual, yeah, here also I have. Okay. Then this one is for the Dynamics, the drive manual. So later, last day we'll be using these drives. Okay. Alright. Then we go open this. Yeah. Okay, can make it bigger. Okay, so this training, okay, because I've sent you the soft copy, right? Okay. Now, okay, so this, your system is using what? What models mostly?
We have 300, 400, 1500. We even still have 200.
200 or so. Yeah, sometimes small systems work. So the 300, 400 they're using SIMATIC Manager.
Yes.
The 1500 they're using
Yeah.
lah, of course. And actually 300, 400 can use TIA also.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Enter. Okay. So actually I don't need to introduce what is PLC lah to you, right? Okay, because you know you have worked with PLC, right? Okay. PLC is very simple. PLC is just a controller. I mean, industrial controller, and we can program, then we can run our machine. That's all. Okay. Because there's a lot of microcontrollers out there. Okay. But PLC is an industrial standard. Okay, some other models nowadays I have, Arduino, Raspberry Pi, all that. Okay, but the one all like a smaller devices which run on 5-volt only.
Okay.
So if you want to build a prototype on that, we can use that. But it is more like more to IoT lah, that devices.
Nah, kalau macam Siemens kan, you have 300, 400, 500, 1500. Apa beza?
Later I will tell you what is it. Yes. Okay. Next. Okay. So these are the PLC models lah. PLC actually, if I'm not mistaken, Siemens started in 1958 with they call SIMATIC G controller. Yes. But it's a more to relay controller. It's not a programmable controller. Okay, SIMATIC G controller is what they call high efficient solid state relays lah. Okay. Then they come up with in 60s lah, 60s plus they come with the S3, SIMATIC S3 controller, which is a programmable also. S3, okay. And in 1979, if I'm not mistaken, they come up with the S5 controller. Starting from S5 only, the Siemens become like globally used now. Because that time only our industry also become industrial revolution, right? Okay, start to use not industrial, computer revolution. They start to use the computers, all that, right? Okay. So this one they are most used S5 CPU. Yes. Okay, have you seen S5 CPU?
Bukan, kami tak pernah buka.
Tak pernah buka.
I very old.
Yeah, very old. It's using the DOS-based software. Okay. Okay. Then this is the first generation in PLC in programming this is the first Okay. Then they have S7. This is the second generation. So second generation they release S7-1200, 300, 400, ET200.
ET is also considered PLC.
Yes, they have some is PLC models, some is an interface model.
I thought interface model.
Like this, you can.
We can program.
Yeah, program. So also can program. ET200S. Yes.
So there is CPU.
Yes, this one is CPU.
Because they just have I/O expansion.
Some module is the I/O expansion module, is the interface module. This is the CPU module. Okay. So, so the 200 they're using microwave software. The 300, 400, ET200 is using the SIMATIC manager software. Okay. Then, in 2010, they released the 1200 and TI portal. Okay. Then in 2013, they released the 1500. Okay. Then what happened? They make it TI portal can program for 300, 400, ET200 also. So because why? TI portal is is upgrade from SIMATIC manager. Okay, so it's like this. So what happened is, SIMATIC manager is a software, right? Okay. Have you used SIMATIC manager before?
Yeah.
Okay. SIMATIC manager is a software to control the 300, 400, ET200 PLCs. So you can do their logic, you can do their configurations, everything, right? Okay. So this one is, but actually, if you go deeper, the programming software they call is a Step 7 Professional. Correct. This is what they call Step 7 Professional. Okay. Then for touch panel, right? In for the SIMATIC touch panels, they use WinCC flexible. Okay. And this one is for the Siemens HMI. Then they have which is called WinCC Explorer.
Oh, I see.
So
No wonder so many WinCC when I see why I have so many WinCC.
which one?
I mean WinCC you have flexible, you have explorer
Yeah.
for different application lah.
Yes. So WinCC flexible is for HMI. Okay. Just
Okay.
to program HMI and can use as a runtime also. Okay. Then their WinCC Explorer is their standard software. Okay. What happened is combine all these three into one. That is TIA portal. So that's why it can. So of course when they release TIA portal, they need to release the new hardware, right? Okay. Then 1500, and also since inside here they use the same software, Step 7 Professional. The same license they call, okay? But of course this is different license, but they call Step 7 Professional. So that's why it can program for 300, 400, 8200.
So kalau originally for 300 you use Step 7 Pro SIMATIC Manager,
Yes.
you can open that program nanti ada.
No, cannot.
No.
So that's the trick there, okay? The thing is, we can program the models. The modules, okay, we can program using TIA portal, okay, can download everything. But if you want to backup, it still depend. Okay, let's say I do program, I have a 300 model. Let's say I use SIMATIC Manager to program. Okay, so I must use SIMATIC Manager to do a backup. If I use TIA portal to program, I must use TIA portal to program. Okay, but what happened? In TIA portal, not all the models which can be used in what SIMATIC Manager can control. Okay, what happened is because SIMATIC Manager also started very long, I think 1995 or 1990. Okay, so of course that time was the firmware, because of course this is like our phone, right? Okay, so inside that they have every time they release a new hardware, they release a new firmware. Okay, so what happened is some of the old model cannot access it, cannot use the TIA portal. Okay, not all the model, but if you ask me, like 80% of the model from 300, 400 and 8200 can use TIA portal. Okay. Now back to your question, why they have this? Okay, so like I said, this is the old model S5. So S5 also they have so many more. S5-95U, S7-1500U, they are different CPUs. Okay. Then they have a 200. Okay. What they do, what their idea is, 200 is for the smaller machines. Okay. Because it's a compact, right? Because it's just like a CPU come with the input output, right? Okay. Then this one for bigger systems. Okay. So actually 300 and 400 is the, in the programming wise, if you ask me, can build very big programs. Of course 400 is much more bigger than the 300. Okay, in the sense of like a memory, can control how many IOs, okay. But what is the main difference this one is, because if you ask me now, let's say there's thousands of IOs, even 300 also can control. Okay, 400 also can control the same thing. Okay, of course in 200 some are CPU, like I said, some are interface modules. So of course normally for 300, even for 400, they will use the interface module. The 300, the big one, all like this only, right? The interface module. The main difference is 400 can do redundancy. Because you will have like a main and redundant PLC, right? Controlling the same system. So if the main fail, redundant take over your system, right?
What 300 cannot?
300 cannot do.
Okay.
That's why if you see sometimes your system is just not big, so many IOs. Let's say for example like let's say like around 300 IO. Okay, so 300 S7-300 also can use, but instead of using this, they are using 400 because of the redundancy. Okay. Then so this one is since 1995. Okay. Then 2010, that time, they come with the 200 smart. This one to replace this one. Okay. Actually, this one, if you ask me, this one is like the 200 smart is mainly for like it's like a from China model, from Siemens China.
Oh,
Ah,
I see.
okay, so what happened is because this 200 don't have Ethernet port.
The one ada written CN.
Siemens is yes, from China. Then there's another model that is they call S7-1200 Smart.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Because if you see 200 only, they're more to PPI cable. Right? Okay, the 9 pin, right? Okay. The 200 Smart come with the Ethernet port.
Okay.
So it's a newer model, just replacing this. But if you see the software also, madam, exactly same the software. Only the graphics are a little bit different. Okay. So their idea of 1200 is okay. So they wanted to like replace this. Okay, they wanted to replace this. That's why they released only 2200 first with the TIA portal. Okay. Because initial time I also thought okay, TIA portal they both of these come together. No. When I go through the Siemens and everything like that, only I know 1200 come first. After 3 years, I think 2013, 1500 come. Okay. So their 1200, their idea is to replace the 200 and 300 together. So make it compact and the same. It's a stronger thing, but make it compact. Okay. Then the 1500 is actually to replace 300, 400 also. Okay. In the sense is 300 some model are like a smaller system, some model bigger system. So from the 300, whichever model is for bigger system, and the 400 and they combine together want to replace with 1005.
But both can be redundant lah.
No, only 1005 only can be done.
Oh.
Here also there is okay. Even in the LBD also same. They have two types of model, compact and control. Control only can do redundant.
Okay.
Compact and do redundant.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So that's about the software and the models. So, but the idea is to replace this, but still they have these models lah. But maybe in the future, of course, I think they don't have these models. Now, last year they released a new model for 1200. They call S7-1200 G2. It's a generation 2. What they do, they make it compact. And there's so many features, additional features. Then they have their own software where you can, if your phone got NFC, because if this PLC got error, right, you only can see the error LED, this one, right? Okay. But if 1005, if you have an error, you can just click on here, right now. Just click on there, just go and check, right now. 2005, right? Okay. So what happens is for 1200, if I have an error, right, I need to go inside the program and check it. But the new one, what they do, they release a new they call G2. So they have a software. So if a PLC got error, you just put in the handphone there, it can scan and it can tell you what is the error. And diagnose the error. So it's a new one. So because I also haven't buy the model, because every time I buy from the Siemens, they always tell me, why don't you buy this one? Why don't you? I say no demand yet. I also no time to go and go and check everything. Actually we can buy one maybe another 5 years, then we can do trading. Same thing. Only that is some advanced features, that's all. Okay?
So if you know some of the PLC, the rest you boleh buat lah.
Yes, of course.
Sama je.
That's why I can teach I can do programming. If you ask me if I want to do advanced programming like controlling remote IOs, Profibus, Profinet, controlling motors, everything I can do in Siemens. Okay, but if you want me to do basic programming, so then I can use the Omron or WinCC or that. Okay, because all the PLC, if you ask me, all the PLC are the same. They also use the ladder, they also have input, output, everything, whatever you put into here, the same thing they have, but different term, that's all.
I think Siemens yang buat saya confused is the FD, FC.
Yes, to
Apa beza dia?
upper basic, we will learn. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, because over the years I also teaching, I also evolving also. Okay, so last time if you ask me 5 years back, my understanding on FPFC is different. Now it's different already. Because whenever I do projects, I see, because nowadays I do projects, I use Siemens only. You know why? It's the same price, the 1002 and the 200, 300, it's the same price. So why I want to buy that Omron or Mitsubishi, I can use this. And the client was happy. Oh, you're using 1200. Then whenever I say the price, they say, okay, you can use this. Then of course sometimes the touch panel, yes, I don't use this. Siemens, I use some other models, which is cheaper models. Okay. Alright. So all this one, but one good thing about Siemens, all these models, the addressing format, like input output addressing format, is the same thing. Only the 200 is a bit different. That's all. Okay? Only a few just additional few. That's all. Other than that, everything is not like other brands. Other brands, smaller model, different type of addressing. Bigger model, they use different type of addressing. Okay? So most important when you talk about PLC different, the difference is mainly the addressing. That's all. The addressing format. Mostly that is the main thing. Of course, the software is different, but the software is based on the PLC. Like using Android phone and using Apple phone, it's two different things, right? But the concept is the same thing. And at the end, we're going to use that to make a call, take a photo, everything. Same thing. PLC will do the same. Okay. Right. Next. Okay. So, this one also you know, but I just go through very fast. Okay. So, PLC, we call it as a CPU lah. Okay. Right? Okay, CPU. We have a input module and an output module. Okay. So, very simple. You connect the input module, you program the PLC, then the output will follow what is your program. Right? Okay, your output will be on and off according to your program. Okay. Now, inputs, we have a digital input and also analog inputs. Okay, so we learn all these. Okay. So very simple. So this one also, because normally your system can be controlling engines, right? So you will have of course pressure transmitter, temperature, everything, right? Okay. So and of course sometimes some proximity sensors or that. So very simple. Any signal that is just on and off, we call it digital, right? Any signal that is give you a range, that is going analog. But of course, PLC, they have their standard of analog readings, right? Like voltage and milliamps, right? So of course, I will learn later. So must be in that format. Then only the PLC can accept the value. Okay. Then of course the digital outputs, the lamp. Of course, this one is an example. Lamp, contactor, relay, motors, everything. So means okay, any device, any instrument, I can just give a on-off signal and I can activate the instrument. Let's say the lamp, contactor, relays, all that. Even some instrument, you just give like on-off signal, it can do the job, right? So that is digital output and also analog output. Mostly, if you see, controlling your motor, pump, like a valve, like all that. Okay, it's the analog output. So of course, any software you use, you must use their software, because if you see these Siemens also so many models and so many softwares, like Microwin, SIMATIC Manager, TI Portal. So you must use the correct software.
I think satu lagi things yang a bit confused, bukan confused lah, saya tak dapat exposure is when it comes to something like Modbus, Profinet, when you have to do all this addressing.
Yeah.
Semua.
Okay, good.
Itu confused.
Okay, good. Because we can do Profinet. Of course, we will be using Profinet. Okay, no worries. Profinet, no worries. Modbus. Let me see. I have or not? Because I have Modbus. I have Moto can control Modbus everything. But the problem is, it's the protocol is not supported because this one got Ethernet port, right? So it's not supported. And then when later I try and check it. Because it's a Modbus also is like it's an interesting protocol. It's just a communication protocol. That's all. Because like I and you cannot communicate directly because I'm Siemens, you are different model. So if I am Siemens, you also Siemens, we can talk Profinet, right? I am Siemens, you are not Siemens, and you cannot accept Profibus. So we talk in Modbus language. That is the main concept actually.
Kalau macam yang kali dia pakai apa?
Control net. Dia pun ada. Dia pun dia also control net or thing. Okay. Alright. Okay. Next. Okay. Computer numbering, right? Computer numbering. Yes. So actually all this we learned before, right? All this we learned before, but we don't know where they're using, right? Where you using? Tak pernah pakai kan? Okay. Okay. But we know now after this training, of course, later we know. Okay, this whenever you see some numbers, okay, you can identify. Okay, this is decimal. This is hexadecimal. Okay. Go to next. Okay. So decimal, the normal number we use every day. Okay, very simple. Okay, the normal number we use every day. So it's a 0 to 9 system. Okay. Then it's a base 10 lah. So 0 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 to 29, so on. Okay. Hexadecimal mostly used in PLC, computers or some digital devices. Okay. So they have 16 numbers, which is from 0 to 9, then start with A to F. Then, so this is one batch, right, 16 numbers. The second one will be 10 to 19, 1A to 1F. Then 20 to 29, 2A to 2F. Yeah, okay. So mostly when they use decimal, when we do like basic programming, basic to intermediate level, okay, we mostly use decimal only. Okay, like this lah, normally open numericals, timer, set reset, counter, compare, max function mostly, decimal only. Okay. Okay. Now, when you want to control a drive, right? Want to control a drive using Profinet. You are using Profinet and also Profibus. For Siemens. For Siemens, right? Profibus, Profinet. I can teach you the Profibus also. Okay. Whenever you control a drive, so very simple. If you want to control a drive, you need to give a value to the drive to run 50 Hz, right? Okay. But of course, it's not like that. Very straightforward. So you open the drive. In the drive, they will tell again, because the drive all normally can control by analog, can control by, let's say Siemens, okay, Profinet or Profibus or Modbus. Okay. Then they have some other protocols which you can support. So of course, since they have so many drives, so many protocols, okay. So they will, in the manual, okay, they will tell you, okay, to this address you send this value, for example. Okay. But when you refer, it mostly on hexadecimals. So in the manual they say, okay, if you want to run the motor to 50 Hz, okay, you send 4,000 hexadecimal, for example. So when you do program, it's up to you. You want to use 4,000 hexadecimal, or you want to convert the hexadecimal to decimal and do program. Okay, but here, of course, we will use hexadecimal for the drive. So that time you can understand better. Okay. So mostly we use decimal only first. Okay. Next. Okay. Binary system. Okay. We know our PLC is very simple. It's a computer, right? So computer means they use binary, right? So same our PLC also they use binary. So means every bit. So they call like digital, right? Input, right? So they call bit or boolean. So each boolean or bit is either 0 or 1. So if you combine multiple bits, then only it become like a value. Okay? All this you will learn later in programming time. Then octal. If you are doing Siemens, then you need to know octal. If you are learning L or Omron, all that, then you don't need octal. Why? Because octal mostly used in PLC. Number 1. Number 2 is octal is 0 to 7. So they have 8 valid numbers. So 0 to 7, after that nothing. Then 10 to 17. So there's no number 8, number 9. So you know Siemens addressing line, input they use I. Right. So if you see I 0.0 until 0.7 only. The next is 1.0 until 1.7. There's no, if you cannot see 0.9 and because Siemens using like this bit, right? Anything right? I or Q or M, whatever value, of course there's the point, then the value, right? So until 7 only. But of course later on we have this. Okay, so there's no number 8 and number 9. So it means Siemens using octal method. Allen Bradley using decimal method. It's like normal numbers only. Okay, all right. Next. Okay, so this is just the example and the differences. So in this one you can use a computer calculator also can convert these numbers. Okay, all right. Next. So you know how to use the computer calculator? Okay, now. Okay. So this one mostly when you want to understand the values, right? Okay. So you can from decimal to hexadecimal or from hexa to decimal or binary. Like, of course, we don't use for octal normally. Because decimal is like a value. We can use as a value. Hexa also same. You can use as a value, and binary also same. We can use as a value. But octal normally we don't use as a value. Very hard to understand octal. Okay. So normally octal we use as a address format. Address. Okay. Alright. Next. This is the input address. Okay. So can you see they're using octal method? Because why? Siemens they start with byte. So byte means okay, I have 8 bits or 8 boolean. So they use byte. Then if 2 byte, so means if 8 bits combined, it become 1 byte. So if 2 byte combined, it become 1 word. So if 2 words combined, it become 1 double word. Okay. Why I need to do this way? Because here is a boolean, right? So boolean means I only can keep value 0 or 1 because it's a bit. Then here I have 8 bits. So if the 8 bit is 1110000, then I can have a value. Same goes for your double word because word I have a 16 bit. 16 bit also same. I can have some data value, right? Then I have a 32 bit. 32 bit also same thing. I can have a bigger values. That one later on we can see. Okay? It means very simple. Siemens, the same I address I can use as a boolean, I can use as a byte, I can use as a word, I can use as a double word. Okay? Which is the good thing in Siemens. This is where normally people will confuse. When to use IB, when to use IW. For input actually, for For digital, we use the bit. For analog, we use the word. That's all. Very simple. Okay. This one very rare we use it.
Okay.
This one the word, double word and the byte very rare. I mean in the programming, if you want to see, are very rare. Unless they use these to transfer the values, yes. Then yes. Okay. Next. Next is the output. They use Q. Okay. Sometimes if the wiring diagram, let's say is done from German, sometimes the input is E, output is A. Have you seen before?
Yeah, I think because pakai word German word.
German ni kan. So only these two lah, input output. They use because you know our laptop using the English language, right? So when we back up everything, normal lah, I and Q lah. But if you see manual, sometimes it's A and E. Okay. Okay. Next, memory. Very simple. So we have an input which is physical. We have an output also which is physical. Okay, what is memory? Memory is very simple. It is an internal memory. They call it an internal relay. Okay, why they need to have internal relay? Because then only we can do something like, okay, I done this job, okay, I continue to this job. Okay, to store our data, our value. Okay. Go to next. They have a data block also. Okay. So memory and data blocks, okay, are the same thing. Okay. Like whenever you use a function block, you will have a data block also. Correct. Okay. So this data block is, what is the function of data block? Data block is to keep the data, keep the values, because there is no programming inside here. Of function block, FC we do programming. Okay, we can do normal programming. But DB we can't do any programming. It's just to keep our value, to save our value. So same thing for DB also. Okay, DB and memory are the same thing, but what is the main difference is DB can retain values, means can keep the values. But memory can't keep the values. When you reset the memory, can go off. You power off and on, the value go off. Is that okay?
Kalau you pakai FB, then kena ada DB.
Of course, function block kena ada DB. Yes, Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Yeah, Anderson.
Heavy germs, heavy traffic over. So I just need your some email address, name, and I see this one to prepare certificate and attendance. Name full name. Yes, okay, okay. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Check. Is it from on? Okay. So it's open. Let's use the button. Yes. Use the PDF. Okay, you just go up. Okay, but later I will go through again like it. Okay, right. So, have you done any PLC before?
I've seen in my workplace.
Just,
Just,
I mean, but never touched before. Lah.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Alright, no problem. Okay. But let me finish this, then later I go through with you. Okay. So then this is addressing. Okay, yes, Mr. Adam. Okay. So today only two person, two person. Okay. Next. Next. Okay. So this is the PLC in front of you. Okay.
Oh,
Yes. Yes. Okay. So this is your PLC lah. So your company, what PLC they using?
using PLC.
I mean what brand? Siemens.
Mitsubishi.
Mitsubishi. Okay. Then why you wanted to learn Siemens?
Because your public Siemens is good.
Oh.
Okay. They are my company from China. That's
Yeah.
Siemens.
Okay. Well, normally when you buy from machine from China, some yes they use Siemens. Some they use mostly Mitsubishi or Omron. Mitsubishi, Omron. Japanese PLC very simple. Whenever you buy, but now China also they have their own PLC. Actually good also. They call one of the model is Kinko. Then so many models, Highwell. So many models because that day I went to company for heat training. They do glass, not like this glass as well, but very big company. They do glass for the twin tower and everything. Okay. Then they bring me to their production area. They show me. So one of their system is it's just cut the it's like polishing the machine. It's a machine polishing machine. So just place the glass on top of like we have a conveyor. So just polish at the side. They clean the edge everything. It's controlled by China based. Highway. Very big system. Okay. Highwell. Because Honeywell I know. Honeywell is a US brand. You probably US or Europe brand I know. But this one is Highwell. It's a still can work, still can run, so not an issue. Okay. Because now only they are developing, right? Because this one all is famous from 1950s, 60s. Siemens on. Okay. Because they are the first generation of PLCs. Okay. Because Siemens they jump into automation, they jump into transport and the train. They have their own train and everything, right? Okay. So industrial automation, okay, Siemens also there. So Siemens one of the in automation, like especially Siemens one of the powerful PLC. Other than this is the element. So these two are this. You ask me that Siemens, I mean in Malaysia and in Asia everything, because it's based on the request I get for trainings. Okay, means let's say every week I get Siemens. It means more people are using Siemens. Correct. Okay. So if you ask me, every month I do Siemens training. One Siemens training, others all different. So sometimes Omron, sometimes Siemens, sometimes Elementary. Most, but every month must have. Like last week Siemens, this week also Siemens. Next week Elementary, following week Schneider, then Siemens. Okay. So Siemens one of the mostly widely used in Malaysia and Singapore also. Okay. But mostly it's like big companies like not big company, I mean the industry like chemical industry, power plant, okay. Of course oil and gas, all these they are more famous for Siemens and Elementary. If you go into semiconductor or manufacturing, they use, because depend on from where they buy the machine. Of course, you buy the machine from Germany, they don't use other brands, right? So if you buy from Japan, of course they will use their brand. So let's say you buy from Switzerland, then of course, so they don't have their own model. So of course they will use Europe. So whether it's Schneider, because I'm not mistaken, Schneider is Italy or France. France. actually the first PLC they call is Modicon. That is the first PLC, Modicon. Then Schneider buy the Modicon. That's why now the Schneider, some of the model name they call Schneider, Modicon 340 or 580 their models. Okay? Alright. So all PLC are same. All PLC are same. Of course, Siemens, they use Siemens software, they have their own software. Okay? So like this PLC here you have, okay. So you have a power supply input, power input, okay. You can open the cover also. This is the cover is. And I can take out. Okay, yes, you can just take out this cover. Okay, so you have a power in. Power input is a DC24 lah, okay. Then the power output, okay, power supply lah, okay, power supply output, okay, which is actually the same thing lah. Whatever you connect here, that will be your output, okay. Because some models, some 1200 models using AC to power. So AC model, then you have, of course lah, you need to use the AC models, okay. Then there's a input area, which is you can see 24 DC input, right? Then you have an analog input also. So you have a digital input, you have an analog input. Digital input means just on or off. Analog input means you have a range. Okay. Then there's a memory card slot. Okay. You see these PLCs, they already have some memory, like 100 KB, 150 KB, okay, for programming. But if you do bigger projects, which is not enough memory, then I need to add memory card. Okay, for this especially lah. But for 1500, you must use memory card. Then only can run. This one is a 1500 model. Okay, this one you must use memory card. Here's the memory. With the memory card, you cannot program this. But 200, 1002 without memory card still can program. But smaller program now. But when you do bigger program, when you do like some data logging, then you need memory.
So kalau this one machine dah run, memory card remove, shut down lah.
Yes, of course.
Have you 24 VDC input? The 24 is internal or you supply
Which one?
the input? Digital input. 24 VDC digital input.
Okay, because they say it supports DC inputs. That's what this one, because they say 24 DC, right? So they say they support DC input. It means it can be sync or source. Means can be PNP or can be NPN. Sensors also, both. Because if you see 300 million model, this is 300 because I know you have seen before. So this is a S7-300 model, right? So all these are Siemens model, okay? This 300 model, if you see, is a DI 3224 VDC, okay? So means this is a 24 DC input. Means the common is 0 and all your input must be 24. It's fixed. But here in this case, if the common is, because you can see 1 amp, right? 1 amp, right, in your PLC on the input side. 1 amp. But you can see because the 1 amp is for the inputs. 1 amp adalah dia punya common.
0.
Yeah. So 1 amp is 0. If 1 amp is 0 volt, your input is 24. If 1 amp is 24 volt, your input is 0 volt. So it can be PNP or NPN. Later we do wiring. So I go deeper there.
But that 24 is external.
Of
Not
course.
from
Of course not from external. Of course you must use external. The same, you can use the same power supply I use for this, because you see, actually you can use this This also. This L and M also I can use. 24 volt, right? Okay. Because when I connect the power supply to power up this module, this out also is the same from the power supply signal. So I can use back here.
Yang macam dah dalam.
Yeah, it's like an internal switch lah, like a switch only. Okay. But normally what they do, if in industrial standard, to power up the module, they use different supply. For your I/O, they use different supply. Because why? If I/O punya supply fail, but your PLC will be still running, because your PLC punya supply is different. If a bigger system lah, but the smaller system, of course, they use the one big supply, like a 5 amp supply, 5 amp power supply, and they use for input, output, everything. Okay. Then here you can see the CPU model, of course. Okay. Then 1214C DC, right? Okay. Ada 3 DC kan? First DC is your power supply. So they are the DC and also AC model. Okay. Then second DC is fixed. That is your input. So all your 1002 punya model, all is DC only. Okay. Then the last DC is your output. So if DC is a DC output 24 volt, there is lagi satu that is relay output. Means they are built-in relay lah. So can support 24 volt DC, can support 24 AC, can support 230 AC. 230 AC pun boleh. Okay. Then we have Ethernet port, right? We have an Ethernet port. But Siemens they call Profinet. Profinet. It's just normal Ethernet cable. But what about Siemens? They create their own protocol. They call Profinet.
Ethernet cable, Ethernet.
Normal Ethernet cable.
Normal cable.
Yes, normal Ethernet cable.
Because I know Siemens kalau dia twist inside the cable for protection relay lah.
Yeah, then also yes. But of course lah, if you do projects, of course you need to use the Siemens cable, which is the green color cable, right?
Yeah.
The Profinet cable. Because if you see the normal Ethernet cable, if you take it's like it's the same lah, A to A. Okay, so means all the 8 pin is connected. Okay, but if you see, not all the 8 pin are using. Because it's not, we are not using for internet, right? So not because if you see Profinet, not mistaken, 4 cable only, 4 or 5 cable only is connected. If Siemens cable lah, but expensive also.
Macam DC/DC/DC. So kalau output is relay, yang last one also dia tulis DC macam ni.
No, really.
Oh, tulis relay.
Yes, they have like this like one. So they have DC, DC. Actually, this one is the same thing like AC or relay. So every DC or AC DC relay is 3 type of model. Actually, this one is similar to your 200 unit. Yes, S7-1200. They also using this term now. Okay. Then we have LED, run, stop, error LEDs. Okay, here then the maintenance LED. So later we see of course run, stop normal lah we use. Error of course whenever we do some communication errors, then we have errors. Maintenance, yes. When you do maintenance for this PLC, then the lamp will on. So we see when it's on and everything. Then we have one more thing here is the option board. Yes, here the option board. You can take out this. Here you can see options. Okay. What is option board? actually, if you ask me, Siemens, I have all the modules. Siemens, because Siemens are very common, so I don't scared to buy things for Siemens. But others, yes, I scared to buy. Okay. So this is the option box. Okay, it's like an additional. There's an analog output. Because this PLC had an analog output, right? So I just buy one analog output. Additional IOs. Okay. Then this one is at the side. Need to add. At the side here. That side you turn. At that side. Can you see? Right. At the stop. So okay. Then this one. Just connect and push.
Kalau you pakai ni kena pasang.
Tak ada. Not necessary. Like additional or additional. But then one to connect must power off and connect. Ini additional I/O card.
Additional macam extension.
Yes.
Macam tak cukup wang.
Yes, tak cukup input. Now can I connect? Don't connect. Want to connect must power off. If no, you will spoil the PLC. Because I have done one. Saya sudah spoil it. If you want to add this one at the side, when power on the power. Because you can see here. No, they put ESD sensitive. Electrostatic, yes, sensitive. Yeah, I want to add it, but later we do lah.
So tambah apa?
Tambah dua? Yes, of course. Okay, can? But later we see lah what can add everything. Okay.
So option board ni only untuk analog.
No,
can be.
they have analog input, digital input,
Oh.
and also communication also. So later we see in the software what we can add there. Okay. Okay, go to next. Okay, this one now later we see lah. Okay, next. This also later. Okay, after this later, because we do some programming or then later. So after this I have few slides on the analog or later on we do. Okay, what you do? You press escape. Okay, you minimize this. This also can minimize. Okay, now you first thing is okay, we right click the Ethernet here. The Ethernet, the round one.
Loop.
Yes. Okay. Open network and internet section. Okay. Then go to change adapter option. Okay, so make sure your Ethernet cable is connected. This is Ethernet, right? If the cable are not connected, you will have a cross like this. Okay, or cable loose or something, right? Okay, you right click the Ethernet.
Which one yang?
Yeah, Ethernet. Yes.
So ada dua.
Yes. Ethernet 2. Then go to properties. Then look for TCP/IP for Internet Protocol version 4. Yes. Internet Protocol version 4. Yes. Then click properties. Properties. Okay. This is your laptop IP address. Okay. This is your laptop IP address. This is where we need to change the laptop IP address. Okay. Now, if you want to do a backup for this PLC, okay, you need to know what is the IP address. Okay, but no worries. What you can do, you can put as Octane automatic. You click Octane automatic, you click OK first, and close. Close this, and close all. Okay. Then what you do here, you create a folder for you. Create one folder for you. Right click folder, you can put your name lah. Okay, so later on you can can copy your files, whatever file, whatever project you done, right, you can copy. Okay, good. Now, once done, you go to CIA portal version 80.
The latest is P20.
Yes, version 20. Oh, this one also is very heavy, the software. To open up this only, open up, go inside only, it will take like few minutes. But once you fully open, when you do programming, yes, okay, it's a bit faster lah. But opening the software, yeah. After the recent updates, Windows updates, oh, very bad. That day what happened when video update? Totally corrupt the TI folder. All the laptop. So I need to uninstall video update. Then only become okay. Okay? You create new project. Okay. Then you put name as upload day 1. Okay, then the part you choose your folder. Part ni you choose your folder. Okay, good. Okay, then create. Yeah, of course this one will take sometimes. Because Siemens, when you want to program TI portal, must use powerful PLC. Powerful laptop. But for training, this laptop is okay lah. Like normal i5, right? Then 16 GB RAM, it's still okay, no problem. Training. Okay. Okay. Open project. Open project. Yes. Open project view. Okay. Now this is their software. Okay? Never mind. What we do first, we want to do a backup first. Okay? So what we just now we did, okay, we set our laptop as an automatic IP address. You didn't set any IP address there, right? Then you click on the any of these, just click on it. Just one click, okay? Go online. Yeah. Okay. Because why? Whenever you click one of these, then only the upload is available.
Upload is
From the
they want something confused.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Okay, can I erase this?
Okay.
Can. Okay. So later, because I use a lot of whiteboard, so later you take note or take pictures, can. Because the slide just now you see, that one also I created during COVID time. Because COVID time I do a lot of online training. So I do that because I like to use here, the whiteboard to explain better. Okay. So PLC to PC. PLC to PC, we call it as the upload. Okay, or we can call it as a backup, right? PC to PLC, we call it as a download. Okay, why this difference? Because people will confuse here. Okay, because the same thing here. Our internet, right? Our internet and PC. From the internet and to the internet, right? Okay. So when you want to store something inside internet, we call it upload, right? Okay. When you want to take something from the internet, we call it as a download. Okay, this is where normally people will confuse. Because we are on the PC side, right? Okay. Now, okay, never mind. Sometimes it's like that. What you do? Okay, never mind. Sometimes, if it is come the error, the next time you open, you right click, open as administrator. All these problems are after the recent update. So many things. Okay, what you do? No, if you see, you can see your no problem. You go to browse, then you browse from your folder. Okay. Why this? Okay, you see here. Very good example here. Okay, you see here, who is the master? We are the master. In this here, we are the master because PC is the master. Because why? Because the PC is the one you add the files. Okay? Your PLC actually is the user. Correct? Because PLC are using your file to run the job. Correct? Here also same. Here, the internet is the master. Because all the data, the internet keep all the data. We are the user. So for example, you want to listen to one song, you are downloading. Why? Because you want to use that song. Then you are uploading here because why? You want to keep the data here. The same thing here. Okay? So you want to control a machine. The PLC, what the PLC do? Of course, the PLC cannot do automatic download. So the master will download that particular file because PLC want to use that file. If you want to keep the PLC file as a backup in your laptop, then you upload. So this is the concept. The name they use. Because of course, all these are some PLC different names. At Siemens they use download upload. LM they use download upload. Okay. But if you see Mitsubishi, they call read write. I read the program, I write the program. It's the same concept. Then like Omron, they call transfer from the PLC, transfer to the PLC. So they have a few terms. But common one is that download upload. Okay? Okay, good. Open project view. Okay. Now click again, then go online, upload device as new station. But this uploading how to in my manual, okay. Actually I'm creating a new manual also. That is a manual, yes. That is our company profile. Okay, in the manual, the first few pages is about Siemens, data type, everything. Starting on from there's a page for upload everything. You can see in the content. The first. Okay, page 53. Okay. Starting from page 53, okay, you can see now how to upload. Okay. And the step by step, no problem. Okay, because you see, In this manual, how to upload the program, how to write the program, how to download, how to create HMI, everything is there. Okay, but this one is not there. Like how to use timer is not there. Okay, because that is like additional functions lah. So that's why I'm creating a new manual for that. Once I create, because I know whoever learned Siemens lah, so I will forward to them that later on. Okay, you see, upload device to PG or PC, right? Okay. PG PC means this is your PC lah, right? In German they call PG. Because yes, if you see Siemens laptop, they call Siemens Field PG. So they call PG. Okay, in Siemens. I mean in German. Okay. So type of PG-PC interface. Okay, what I'm using here. Can you see? PNI. Right. Okay. PNI. PN means is a Profinet. IE is a industrial Ethernet. Okay. Profinet, yeah, this the port. This port, yes. The port tu dia panggil Profinet. Industrial Ethernet. Dia bagi tahu, okay. Are you using the cable lah? So normally we call as a Ethernet cable lah. But Siemens what they call as a industrial Ethernet or they are Profinet. Okay. I mean it's the same thing. It is the same thing. But Siemens they call Profinet. That's all. Okay. Then kalau you guna USB, of course, then USB lah, S7 USB. But one thing about Siemens punya PLCs don't as my knowledge, as far as I know, Siemens punya PLC don't have USB. Other PLCs have. Siemens when they have the USB in your HMI. HMI, the drive, that one got USB. But Siemens PLC, as far as I know, no USB. Because USB punya function very simple. That is upload and download. And they only can do that. Cannot do other than that. Because like Ethernet cable, I can upload, I can download, I can communicate to HMI, I can connect to the drive, everything, multi-purpose, right? So that's why Siemens don't have this. Okay? They don't have USB. Siemens punya PLC lah especially. Okay? Then this PG-PC interface is your laptop adapter. Laptop punya adapter ni. So this one some they have Ethernet connection, some they call Realtek connection based on your laptop lah. Okay? Then start search. Can you see? Ada PLC and ada HMI. Because why? Just now you click upload device as new station. Right. So I don't know what is your device. So it can be PLC, can be HMI. Okay. Right.
Yeah. Just check the name and see. Just sign up for today. Okay, sign for today.
Okay, good. Okay. So can you see? You detect one device that is the 1200. This is the IP address.
Ada address.
Yes. So this is your PLC.
Already linked lah.
Yeah, already inside your your PLC. Yes.
So sebelum apa-apa kena pakai upload dulu.
Yes. Okay. So kalau nak tahu this 2002 punya IP address very simple. That is, just go and click upload and bagi tahu dia. Because like 1500 ada small screen. Kalau data I can power up for you. Ada satu screen, so kat sana we can see the IP address. Okay. But for 1200 there's no screen, nothing. So only way is click upload, you can see the IP address. Okay. Never mind, we can click upload. Did upload? Okay, good, great. See, to execute this function, the PGPC require an additional IP address. It means, so what is PGPC is your laptop. So they say when you want to back up, your laptop must have a IP address. Okay? So you have two options. One is click yes, means Siemens will set one IP address to you. If no, you can go manually change the IP address
For the laptop.
for the laptop. Okay? So what we do, we just click the follow Siemens one first. Click yes. Okay, you see, an additional IP address was added. 192.168.0. The first three numbers must be same. Okay, the last number must be different. Okay, was added to the interface. Okay, okay.
IP address for PLC 01 automatic.
Whenever you create new project, memang 01. So means my previous training all I just use this. I mean, whenever new project it's the same thing, right? So you just follow that. But if you want to change, okay, wait. So now this one might not be trustworthy. Okay, click connect. Okay. PLC. So you click here. Upload from the device. Okay. I think you may not know this one, right?
No.
Okay, okay. Because that day the one is I have the last week participant. The install additional one. One additional software. That's why. Okay. Upload from device. What we need to do is the additional this one, right? We need to install in our laptop first. This files. Okay, no problem. So can add, but you got error lah, got warning. Okay, I think yours ada warning, right? You know why? Because my previous training, because my previous training they told they bring one their company project file lah. So they have this additional feature, the can open function. So I just was showing that how to install it. I think if not mistaken, because last week I think I used this laptop. I think so. If I upload in this one, it won't be an issue. Won't have the error. Error because why? Okay. Very simple. That one will happen in your company, your machine also. Because your software, your TIA portal is the raw file, means like original one file. Okay, so whenever programmer do some additional install, they will install in their laptop. Okay, let's say I am a programmer, so I am doing program, then I have some additional software required to do this program. Let's say I install it. Okay, after I install, I do the project, I download the PLC. Now, if you want to back up this file, your laptop also must have the additional software that I install as a programmer. Or let's say the file I give it to you. Let's say I create a machine. Now you want to use the machine, so you request the file as a backup. When you want to open, when you want to access the file, you need the software. So later I will show you on that, maybe on the last day. Okay. Now, Okay, you already upload ready. First thing is save. Yes, then you go to PLC here, open. Yes, yes, your PLC. Then go to program block. Then click on the main. Yes, double click. Because there's some programming inside, different programming. Okay. Any question until here? Upload. But we will do few times. Okay. One. Okay, now. Okay, 10:30. Okay, so we take a break. Okay, take a break, then we can continue. So if you want a coffee or tea, you can make. If you have a pantry at the back, you can make a coffee or tea lah. Okay, then after the break, we can continue. So if you guys are smoking, you can go down lah, smoke down. Okay, then lunch time. Are you from JB or
Pasir Gudang.
Pasir Gudang? Oh, that's why morning every jam, right? Today, today no jam. Oh. Raining lah every day. Alright, so lunch time is 12:30 to 1:30. Is it okay for you guys? Okay, nah? I mean lunch time 12:30 to 1:30. For lunch time, here you have two Indian restaurants, and if you walk at the back, there's a mama shop. Chinese shop this area. Yes, if you the traffic light right, and traffic light, you take right all the way, can go to the keep mark, all the way there.
I just saw that ada kedai.
Yes, lot of kopitiam there. Yes.
You Johor lah.
He's from Sabah.
Datang dia untuk.
No, for training. He come for training.
From Sabah.
Yes.
Just
Oh, Johor bukan visit.
Bukan.
Sabah.
Dia Sabah.
Dari mana?
Dan saya orang Semenanjung.
Dari Johor Sabah. Saya orang Sabah.
Oh, actually,
Saya punya kampung.
Oh,
actually sebenarnya Labuan, tapi Labuan kadang orang tak tahu tak kan. Tapi saya orang Semenanjung, orang Terengganu.
orang Sabah. Orang Semenanjung kecil.
Orang
Rasanya kecil sini.
Labuan. Oh, ada kerja je.
Ya, ini begini.
Oh,
Okay. Actually, Mr. Anderson thought class start at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Because, of course, in the invoice I put 9 o'clock, 9 to 5, right? But in our Google, we open office at 10 o'clock. So you saw at Google, it was at 10 o'clock. Because that's why I also always wonder why my participant always ask me why 9 o'clock class, why 9 o'clock. Now only I realize. Because that day also you also asked me, right, what time the class starts. I also, in the invoice I already put ready. But why my participant asking? Because when you click the map, right, it shows 10 o'clock start.
Saya tak perasan 10.
Oh, you tak perasan?
Saya tak perasan. So normally it's 9 lah.
Normal, standard lah, normally 9. If I go company also normally 9 too. But the company they start work at 8 o'clock lah, but the training they start normally 9 o'clock.
Because our office actually start at 7:30 in Sabah.
In
That's
Sabah.
why I asked, is it? So 9 for us is late already. It's like 10 here.
Yes, of course, because the time difference, right? There's a 1 hour difference, right? So then 7:30 until 4:30.
Pukul 6 gelap.
Yeah, I know. The last time I go, actually last time I pergi Sabah, KK. I do training in Sepanga. There they have a Siemens, Sabah Siemens. So we go there and do training last time. So because normally if more than 5 packs, we can travel there. Then actually I got a lot of from Sabah. That last time is Sabah Energy Corporation, they come for training. Then IOI. IOI, I think Sabah or Sabah is IOI Sarawak. IOI Edible Oil Sarawak. Come here for training. Any question here? Alicia? Upload, but later we do again. Okay? What you can do, you go to portal view. This one already saved already, right? Okay, go to portal view. Okay. So yes. Then you click create new project. Alright. So just now upload is done. Okay. Now we try to create one new project. Okay. So every time you open, dia akan buka macam ni. This one we call as a portal view. Yes. Yes. When you go inside the PLC, we call it as a project view. Okay. Okay. So here you put a name. Day 1, lesson 1. So I will create multiple projects because different project I will create multiple files. So then all these files you can save in your folder. So later on you can copy. Okay. So if you have a personal laptop, you want the software, you can give it to me. I can install for you this software. Okay. But minimum 16 GB is good lah. RAM, SSD 16 GB is good enough for self training lah. But if you do projects, heavy projects, then minimum 32 GB. Projects, okay? So day 1, lesson 1, okay, create. Okay, anything not clear, just can stop me, ask, no problem. Okay, only 2 packs, okay, no, not issue. But sometimes I have 10 packs, issue. 10 packs actually.
I can train 40 person. I got.
But 40% for training, it's just like training for time management, communication skills. That type of training is okay, 40%. But like this training, 40% very hard.
I think technical maximum.
Technical maximum 10 is good. Because I have some company request for 15 packs. I say very difficult. Okay, go to project view. Okay. So just now upload. Okay, macam mana kita upload? You go to online and upload, right? Okay. Now we want to create new project. So add new device. Just double click. Okay, good. Okay. So my TI portal version is a TI portal professional version. Okay, TI portal professional version. When you install, they are the controller, they are the HMI, they are the PC system. These three automatically we have. This drive you need to install separately. Okay, separately you need to install. Tapi kalau nak install TI portal professional, ini tiga. Okay, okay. We go to controller. So later we will see HMI and PC system. Okay. So controller you see 1200, 1500. It's a new controller, memang dedicated for TI portal. Okay. 300 and 400. Okay, 400 is this model. Yang besar. Yes. 300 and just now I show you that 300. Okay. This one is from the previous generation. And because this two is using SIMATIC Manager software, it's another software that is before TI portal. So means the 300 400 you can program in TI portal also boleh. Means 300 400 you can use SIMATIC Manager also can, TI portal also can. Okay, both also can. Then ET200. ET200 is a smaller one. Actually ET200 dia pun ada dua generation. That is, this one is the old generation. Sama dengan 300 400. Some ET200 you click here. Yes, okay. You see ET200S and ET200 Pro is the previous generation. Yes. ET200 SP is the new generation, similar to your 1005 model. That's why your model number can see 15.
Itu generation
Baru. Sama dengan yang this one, 1005. Same as this one. Same as this one. Same this color lah, but the shape is similar to this. This is a ET200. Okay.
300 dah tak ada.
300
Tinggal pakai masih ada.
new, I don't think so that. Old saja. I think 400 also same. 300 400 already, but I'm not sure. They still releasing some models. But there's a lot of things lah actually automation. Because Siemens, there's another model called VIPA.
Okay.
VIPA. VIPA. Okay, it's not a Siemens. Okay, what if actually sama macam 300, exactly same. So they call VIPA 7 something. That one is like dia punya OEM, something like that. Means they just produce hardware only, they don't have software.
Software pakai SIMATIC.
Software pakai SIMATIC.
Okay.
Software pakai SIMATIC. So because this story last time my boss told me that VIPA, the guy who created VIPA is get out from the Siemens. Out from the Siemens, he created VIPA, but he don't have their own software. Means you can use VIPA, but hardware VIPA, but the software is the Siemens. Same goes for your 1200 also got
VIPA.
VIPA, VIPA. But not very common lah. I've just seen in over these years I've seen only two machines when I go troubleshoot.
Oh, US punya.
Ada kan? VIPA, same like this right? 300.
Yeah, it's basic.
Yes. Then because you know my phone punya advertisement, when I go to Google punya advertisement, always show PLC only. You know what? Always search on PLC punya parts, everything right? So that day I saw another thing. It's from China model. Is HUCEEN, HUCEEN, if I'm not mistaken, something. That is, they supply IO models for 1200. Ada kan? HUCEEN.
China.
Yes.
Oh, macam basic.
Actually for 200 right, S7 punya 200, dia punya another model, China model, is they have AMSA machine. AMSA Motion. AMSA Motion actually they're famous for cable. So they put release some hardwares for Mitsubishi for 200, means the hardware is AMSA Motion but the software is 200 Mitsubishi. The software is the Siemens. Macam ada so many things lah. PLCs. Okay. Okay. So these are the models that support in TI portal. Okay. TI portal is a license software, right? Okay. So there are 3 jenis license. One is basic, TI portal basic. So when you install TI portal basics, you only get 1200 only. Yang lain ni memang tak ada. Okay. Then they are the controller and also HMI only. Dekat HMI you click here. They are the basic panels only. If you install basic version. Okay. Okay. Another version called TI Professional. TI Portal Professional license lah. They call Step 7 Professional license. Yang itu controller all the models you have. Then the HMI all the models you have. Okay. Then we go to PC system. The PC system is your SCADA. Dekat SCADA you go to HMI application. Yes. Dia ada advanced saja. WinCC advanced only. WinCC Professional is the SCADA software. This is your SCADA, Siemens SCADA. Okay. WinCC advanced is like a below SCADA version. So, but when you, of course, you are not going to buy company will buy the software. So it depends on what type of. If you are not using SCADA, you just buy the Step 7 Professional enough. I think it's around 12,000 license. But one laptop lah. Okay, good. Okay, go to controller. Okay, go to SIMATIC 1200. CPU. Okay. So can you see model 1211 AC/DC relay, DC/DC/DC, DC/DC relay. Then 1212, 1212, 14, 15, 17 until here. Okay. Can you see semua ni ada C dekat tepi. Right? 1211 C, 1212 C. C there's a meaning C. C means it's a compact. This PLC we call as a compact PLCs.
It's a
Compact model. Kenapa? Sebab dia inside that CPU input and output together. It's a compact model. Okay? Okay. 1005 pun ada. But 1005 only 2 models saja. Satu yang ni lah ada. It's also compact, you can see. 1511C. Atas. Because kenapa? The first one is the CPU, second and third one is the I/O module. Tapi they together, cannot separate. Okay? That one is compact. Yang ini kita panggil modular type because you can take out this modules.
CPU.
So the CPU only. In this case, if you see the part number, they just letak CPU saja, tak ada C. Okay. So from there we know already. But if you see 1002 semua model adalah C. Memang semua compact model ni.
Kalau FC
FC is this one is a safety PLC.
safety PLC.
Actually same thing. Only thing here dekat sini ada safety punya additional function blocks. Additional safety function, that's all.
Additional safety.
Okay, good. Okay, now our model is what? 1212 DC. Okay. You choose the 1212 DC. Okay, wait up. Okay, don't double click. Okay, ada 3 model. Kan? Okay, what is the part number? Okay, your part number you can see here. Ataupun dekat tepi sini pun boleh tengok. Yes, here also can. Here also can. 6E7. Okay. Mine is always the last one.
6E7.
Yes. Okay, just click only. Actually tengok. That is Actually, you see the center number 1AE40, 1AE31 macam.
Oh.
Ada kan? Yes. Yeah. 6E, S7, 212, okay, 212 is the same thing. 1AE40. Okay. Click there, just click. Okay. Then here's the version. Okay, here's the version 4.6. Okay. Now, we don't know what is our version. Right? Like this, I letak stiker lah. But kalau tak ada stiker, macam mana kita nak tahu? Right? There's a way to know what is the model lah. Okay. But now, first thing is what we do. Okay. We don't click OK. Just see first what is this. So this PLC adalah apa version dia. You click on the version. Ada version 4.0 until 4.6 lah. Okay. Just click 4.0. Okay, what's the difference? You see the work memory 50 KB only. Okay, you click 4.6, 100 KB. Okay. Then of course 24 VDC power supply, 8 input, sync or source. That's why macam tadi input I said right, can use PNP and also NPN. Okay, that is why. Then output is a 6 output 24 DC. Okay, DQ6 24 DC. Then AI2 on board means ada AI2 analog input ada. Okay. Then 4 high speed counters. Okay. Then 4 pulse outputs. Then signal board up to 3 communication modules. Everything. Okay, you see. Up to 3 communication module for serial communication means sebelah kanan pun boleh tambah modul. Okay, sebelah kanan boleh tambah 3 modules. Okay, can you see? Up to 3 communication modules.
Communication module memang kanan.
Memang sebelah jadi sebelah kiri.
Yes, sorry, sebelah
kiri. So sebelah kiri ya. Okay. Then up to 2 signal modules. Okay, means on the right hand side up to 2 modules. Boleh tambah 2 modul lagi. Okay. Then ada Profinet IO, TCP/IP, secure communication, web server semualah. All these are linear communication punya protocol. Okay. This is your device. Now, cancel this. Now, how to find what is my PLC firmware? Okay, what is my PLC version? Okay. So whenever you open this project view, right? Of course, no PLC here, right? Okay, what you can do? Go to online access. Online access. Then it's Intel Ethernet, right? Okay, click that. Then can you see already have one PLC there? If you cannot see, just need to update the device. Okay. If you can see the PLC, okay, click on the PLC. Click it. Okay. Online diagnostic. Okay, just double click. Because here got some things you need to see here. When you online diagnostic, okay, here you see the part of everything. Okay. What is the firmware? 4.6. Yours I think 4.7. Can it's a new model. Then TI portal version 18. Kan? Okay. Apa maksud ni? Can I erase this? Can I? Okay. What is the meaning of the version 18? Actually, this one very important. Actually, whenever you upload, before upload, you can do this first. You know why? Ini maksudnya. Inside the PLC, my earlier programmer used TI portal version untuk download. Okay. So if now I want to back up, I must use the same version. Okay. always I use version 18. Sebab tu tadi backup tu boleh backup no error. Kalau different version mesti ada error. Okay, so you see, if let's say inside PLC I'm using version 18, okay, and this is my PC, I'm using version 18, okay, can backup, okay, can upload, can backup, no issue, okay. If so, macam mana nak tahu ini PLC saya version apa? This is the way, online and diagnostic. Okay, this is the way to check. Okay. Now, let's say my PLC, my previous programmer, let's say they use version 17, and my PC is version 18, and you cannot backup. Cannot backup. Even though yang ni version low version cannot backup.
So software kena sama.
Kena ada software. Must use version 17 then only can. Okay. Even the same thing lah. Let's say saya punya version 19, I'm using version 18, still the same thing lah. Cannot backup.
Cannot backup.
Yes.
Advance punya.
Yes. So maksudnya, if you want to backup very easy. Want to backup must use the same version. So macam mana nak tahu version dia apa? This is the way. Create a new project. Go to online assess. Go to online diagnostic. Can check this. Okay. Okay. This is the what is the keyword here? Okay. The keyword is the online access. You know why I tell the keyword? Okay, let's say after this training you forget to do example. Always can go to Google or YouTube, right? You can find about it because in YouTube a lot of videos. But the thing is we don't know how to search. What to search. Right. So if you want to search, very simple. Always search with, don't search TIA, don't search Siemens. Just search TIA portal. Okay, what you want to learn, what you want to refresh. Sometimes you forget, of course lah. It's 3 days training. After this training, let's say you didn't touch for a few months, of course you forget also. Correct. Okay. So TIA portal, what you want to do? Upload. Okay, upload. What you want to do? Download. Okay, download. That's all. Many videos on this. Don't search for Siemens. Because kenapa? Because Siemens is there got so many software. SIMATIC Manager, Microwin, TI Portal, Step 5, Siemens logo, so many. So better to search on the software. This goes for all the portals. And this is how I learned some of the PLC. Okay. Okay, this is about the upload. Now we talk about downloading. Okay, let's say PC, my PLC. Let's say PC version 18. My PLC also version 18, okay, no problem, can download. Okay. Let's say mine is 15, but mine is version 18, still can download, but it will give you a message that is your device is 18. Your laptop is 15. Do you want to downgrade the device? So they can downgrade. Yes. So maksudnya after you install, your PLC will become version 52. So next time someone want to backup, they gonna guna 50. Same goes for if using higher version. Let's say using version 19, the same thing. Using version 18, same thing. It can download, but dia bagi satu message that is, do you want to upgrade? Yes. So this one become version 19. So means actually downloading is not an issue. Can download any version, no problem. So some version no message, just normal download. But if a different version, it will ask you to downgrade or upgrade.
But downgrade and upgrade tu dia tak akan somehow change the program tak ada lah.
No, don't change the program. Okay, because why? Because your program is in the PC now. Because you are having the program. This one okay, bila dia jadi macam ni. For this one example, okay. Let's say, okay, you have a machine. The PLC is spoiled already, for example. Okay, it's a spoiled already PLC. Then you buy new PLC, or let's say you take from your stock. Okay. Now your programmer itu dah lama punya programmer, Example lah, let's say version 15. Of course lah machine, if you buy a machine like 7-6 years back, of course lah dia guna version 15, correct? Okay. So lama punya program you ada version 15. But in the stock, that PLC you ambil, you nak download, you tengok dia bagi tahu yang baru, yang this one is version 17. Maksudnya orang lain pernah guna version 17. So no choice because you are using version 15. So you can download, no problem. But make sure you have the backup. You are the master. You have the backup. Okay, you can download. But when you upload, no choice. That's why dia memang tak bagi you upload. Must use the same version software. So if you buy one license, you can use from version 13 until version 20. Tak perlu multiple license. Okay, good. Okay, so from here we can know already 4.6 and also the application. Okay, good. Now go back to add new device. You add balik you punya module. Okay, 1002 CPU 1212 DC, the last one. Okay, yours is version 4.7 kan tadi?
Yeah.
Okay. But are you open? 1212 DC. Last one, just click. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yours is okay. Try to choose 4.7. Tak boleh.
No.
Okay. Because kalau 4.7 kena guna version 20.
20.
Version 20 lah. Okay, no problem. Yang ini version is no problem. Okay, you see his hardware is 4.7 because I buy just 3 months back. New one. Yes. Okay, that one I think last year or 2 years back. Okay. So dia sudah release version 20. When release version 20, they release new firmware lah. And I'm using version 18. So no problem. Only thing is apa beza dia version 17 4.7 tu ada additional features yang saya tak boleh guna, that's all. Okay, there's a difference. Okay, never mind, just click OK here.
Sorry, kalau tengok V4.6 dia cakap you have 6 digital output kan. Tapi physically sini yang dua ni tak boleh pakai lah.
Yes.
Dia tak boleh pakai.
Because total 8 kan.
Total 8.
For one batch is total 8. Memang dua tu tak boleh pakai.
Oh, okay. This one line up.
Where is in this one. Because why? Because this is their standard cover lah. Standard cover. I have 1211 dan tu 4 output saja. Yang itu 4 dia memang kosong.
So tak boleh pakai.
Tak boleh pakai.
Cover saja.
Because the cover is a standard cover.
This one RFTS light up sebab kita dah communicate lah ni.
Yeah, it's trying to communicate because it's a normal lah, internet punya.
Internet.
RS, receive transmit. Okay, good. Until here good.
Okay.
All okay. Okay.
So version 4.7 memang kena pakai version 20 ke atas lah.
What's that?
Kalau saya dapat version 4.7
Not necessary.
B18
V18 boleh, V15 pun boleh. Cuma apa beza dia, kalau you pilih V15, dekat V15 maximum 4.4 saja boleh pilih. Your hardware, maksudnya very simple. you punya hardware, contohlah dia boleh buat some IoT punya program, but you are not going to do that projects, right? You are not going to do a simple program. So you punya version, contohlah you guna version 15 punya TI program, dekat sana boleh pilih sampai 4.2 saja for example. So no problem, you can choose 4.2. Cuma dia akan bagi satu warning, iaitu okay, dia macam you punya hardware boleh buat program-program ni, kenapa you pilih macam ni? That's all.
Okay.
That's the difference.
In this case, we can select V4.6 lah.
4.6. Even you can choose 4.2, 4.1 pun boleh, no problem. Because we are not going to do IoT programming. It's like connect to cloud or that. So that actually setiap version tu dia release sebab dia upgrade dia punya cloud system semua. Okay. So after 4.4, dia suruh letak satu password for your project. Before 4.4 memang tak ada. Kalau you pilih 4.2 memang dia tak keluar. If you choose 4.4 above, dia akan keluar yang ni. That is a security setting lah.
Bapak kalau masuk
Letak-
apa yang
Kena password dan for safety, I mean security punya function lah password. So just uncheck this one, need to put password.
Oh, boleh tak letak?
Yeah, of course.
Contoh orang lain nak buat
Actually-
tak boleh access.
Actually, what happened ni, before 4.4, yang ni boleh buat, tapi kita kena manually go and do. Dia tak terus pop up macam ni. Selepas 4.4, dia terus pop up macam ni, macam as your security function. That's all. If you don't want to put, no issue, just uncheck. Okay, next. Okay, now after 4.4 same, can you see dia beritahu? Because starting from version 17 lah, maksudnya my firmware 4.4 lah, dia ada secure communication. Means it cannot, your PLC simply cannot connect to some devices. So what I do, you uncheck this one. Yes. So means legacy. Means all device can connect to my PLC. Legacy means old lah. Old device means all devices can. Last time lah, sekarang dia dah jadi macam secure communications. Only Siemens punya product or some selected product only can connect to this PLC.
PC semua boleh.
Semua boleh.
PC boleh.
Yes, PC, HMI, different brand HMI semua boleh. This one must do. If you're using Siemens punya HMI, actually no need to do this. But of course we are doing our laptop, right? So need legacy lah. But using Siemens just secure enough. If using Siemens punya PG and one connect to Siemens punya HMI, can leave it secure, no problem. Okay?
PG yang baru kan, the thick laptop.
Yes, I have. This one.
Ah,
But this one is the old one lah. I have two, lama punya. This one is a Windows XP punya. Yang baru punya, yang baru lah. You know how much? But I include the software lah, of course. Last time, because one of my participants dia request, so I request from Siemens lah. Because he request dia portal full version, professional, SIMATIC professional, WinCC professional. I mean WinCC professional, all include the software and plus the laptop 75,000. I think if you exclude all the software, only the laptop itself, I think it will cost you more than 15,000 plus. Because the spec itself is very high spec lah. Okay, i9, 1 terabyte SSD, 64 GB RAM. Yes. Then, but the graphic card is not for gaming lah, but it's a good graphic card for engineering purpose lah. Okay, and the price for only the laptop itself lah, not include the one I think is around 4,000 to 5,000, because it's an industrial laptop, rugged laptop, ada shock absorb. Okay, next, then the last one, access level, okay, no password. Yeah, no protection. The first one. This one is someone want to backup, someone want to download, you protect your files. Yang first punya password tu adalah password for your TI portal project itself. Itu file. Let's say you send to someone, so you lock that, so you don't want others to open. Macam tu. This one is if someone want to access, want to backup, macam upload tadi kan, want to upload or want to download, that password. Okay. Then you finish. Yang tadi yang setting tu is already there. Previous version memang ada, but kita kena manually go and do. So it's always like no protection, no password macam ni. The new version what happen, make it like a compulsory. So whenever you get new project, dia suruh buat security farm, security setting dulu, baru masuk dalam bagian depan. Okay, good. Okay. Now you see, 2002 dia tadi macam bagi tahu kan, on the left hand side 3 communication modules, on the right hand side 2 I/O modules.
Why communication sampai 3?
Because this one is Ethernet. Kan? Contoh you nak tambah satu RS232 port. Let's say you want satu device, you want to connect one. Then you ada satu lagi device RS485. You want to use Modbus, you connect that. Then you ada satu, ini macam just now when you backup ada satu additional function right, that called CAN bus. CAN bus communication lah. That lagi satu. Left side. So there's so many communications lah. Just one communication, just internet enough.
Kalau internet yang existing tu, we want to make it redundant, also add another port. This one. Now it's single.
Yes, of course. Because starting from 1215 dengan 1217 memang ada 2 port.
Oh, physically
memang ada 2 port. Actually, if you want to buy, you buy just 1215 pun dah cukup. Kenapa? Sebab dia ada 14 input and outputs, ada 2 analog input, ada analog output sekali. But I need to buy second hand lah. But new one I think around, if I'm not mistaken, around 1,007, 1,008. Because this one you see, ada 2 analog input only. There's no output. Kalau nak guna output, pakai ini, ataupun pakai macam ni. But this one is a DI katalah IF and output. Later. Okay, good. Okay, now, so all the devices is here. Additional devices. Okay, okay, good. Now, you open this one. You tarik some until the mid of here. Okay, good. Okay, this is their I/O. Okay, their input output. Okay, we forget about the high speed counter and the pulse. Okay, we are not going to use that. Okay, very simple, but I just go through that one first. Okay, high speed counter ni, normal counter is what? 1, 2, 3 like that. Okay, high speed counter, when we do you know encoder, right? Okay. Luckily all my device. That's the advantage. You come here for training. If I come to your place, I only bring my 1,002 only. Saya tak boleh bawa 500, 300. That's advantage. So this is an encoder, right? Okay. But this one we need to do a connection, not wire. So if normal wire, we have a 3 wire. A, B, Z, I think. Forget it. So if A and Z, I think it will calculate the count. Rotation lah. Is how many pulse lah, pulse. If you connect A, B and Z, you will get the RPM as well. One rotation, one RPM lah. Okay. Now, this one, you know how this one looks, right? Encoder. So encoder ni ada some giving pulse lah. So one rotation, dia akan bagi 300, 3,000 pulse, 2000 pulse macam tu. Okay. Now, what happen is high speed counter dia macam ni kan. Dia just rotate. This macam will have 100 pulse signals. Okay. So if my PLC want to capture the pulses, I cannot be a normal input. Okay. So the input I need to change to high speed counter. So I need to do settings on that. Okay. Setting on the inputs. Later I show you the property can do that. Okay. Same goes for your output. Output, normal output just on and off. If you want to use pulse outputs, okay, you can control servo motor like this. Servo motors or stepper motors. Because servo motor and stepper motor is like they use for what? Like more precise positioning, right? Like induction motor more to high load, high torque. So that is the two things, okay. But here we don't not going to learn this two, okay. Now here, our input is what? DI8, DQ6. Correct. DI8 is a 8 input, DQ is a 6 output. Okay. Okay. Apa address dia? 0, I address 0, Q address also 0. Okay, what is this? Okay, go back to the slide. Go to input addressing. The I address is now missing. Go up. Up some more. I okay. Here. Okay. Ada kan? From your slide.
Right.
No. Yeah, this one correct. Yes. Can I erase this? Yeah. Sometimes if you need time to take note or something, let me know. Okay, no problem. Now, you minimize, you go back to TI portal. Okay. What I show here, I address 0, Q address is 0, so right? So it means DI8 0, DQ6 0, right? Okay. 0 means actually your byte number. Go back to your slide. Okay. The 0 is represent your byte number. Yes, but this is our addressing. This is our Siemens addressing. I for input. So they have a byte number. It means they said this. So it means when I do programming, I must use address I0.0 until I0.7. 8 inputs. Okay. The output also same. You go to output. Next one. So this one is always the byte number. If you have one address, this is the byte number, this is the bit number. Okay. In one byte, I have total 8 bit only. So the base 8 bit, I need to go to the next byte. Okay. Now in this case, I have 0.0, 0, right? And 5 only, right? Means only 6, right? Means 0.5 only. So ada 6, right? But we know in one byte ada total 8. So means this 6 and 7 is what happened is not used. So it automatically become like a memory. Means dia memang dalam PLC saja you boleh guna. As a output you can use. Like physical output you can use.
But still can program lah.
Yes, but still can program. But it cannot on something.
So it means it become like a internal memory. So normally they don't use this. Because if you use this, what happen? Confused. Means we will search for Q0.6. Bila you buka wiring diagram, memang Q0.6 tak ada. So normally they just use until here. Okay, good. But we know 1 byte ada total 8. Okay, good. Now we go back to the portal. Okay. Now what I want to do is, okay, actually you can click this to close. Yeah. Okay. Now you see, on the left hand side, right, is the communication, right? On the right hand side is your IO module. It means from the DI until AIAQ, semua model ni kena tambah dekat sini. Okay. Yang tengah-tengah ni adalah yang boards. So ada signal board, ada communication board, ada battery board. Okay. First we see yang pertama. Okay. Let's say, for an example, you take a DI, but later we can delete lah. Okay. Let's say you take the DI16. Ada dua module. Just click one of the module. Okay, can you see? Dia warna biru dekat sini. Means you only allowed put it here. Okay. You can double click ataupun drag and put also. Okay, good. Drag dekat sini pun boleh ataupun double click pun boleh. Okay, good. Okay, now let's say input lah. Let's say we take some outputs, analog later input. Okay, 1 DQ. Same thing. Let's say take 116 output. Just take one of these, put it there. Okay, good. Now you open this. Of course lah, sebab ada additional I/O kan. Okay, bila ada additional I/O dekat sini dia dah tambah dah. Mana?
Device.
Sudah kan? This one, click on the arrow. Yes. Okay. Connect the projector here also. One I use USB, one HDMI, so can change. Okay, now can you see dekat sini dia automatically become 8, right? And 12 lah, right? Okay, kenapa dia macam ni? Because you know what? Because dekat tengah ni you can add communication module, then you can add some additional I/O also. So that's why lah. Ataupun you can add some remote I/O here also can. Okay, sebab tu dia automatic. But you can change. You just double click. So you see, sebab you dah guna byte 0. Next one is available byte 1, right? So you just click 1 there. Enter. 1 and 2. Here also same. Just click 1. Enter. Okay. Just enter.
You want to do because of 16.
Yes.
From byte 1 to byte 2.
Yes. That is the most important thing actually. You need to understand. If you understand this, okay. Because this one all we cannot change. That is the concept. That's how it works. Programming later we learn is a different thing, because programming is based on logic. So different people have different type of logic. So of course I don't want to. This is the fixed one. We need to understand this first. Okay. Now here. So when I add a DI16, it shows, depend on what number you want to use. Okay, 1 and 2. Okay. Kenapa dia bagi tahu macam ni? Maksud it's showing that I already used byte 0 and now I'm using byte 1 until byte 2. Okay. Why? Because for 16 inputs. So it means Because we know 1 byte got 8 bit only. So maksudnya 8 input only. So I need 2 bytes here. So then it become I 1.0 until I 1.7. 8 here. I 2.0 until I 2.6. Another 8 here. Okay.
So 1 itu atas 1 2 lah.
Yes.
I2 I1 gitu.
You mean this one? Yes. This is the byte number. Yes. So always need to remember the number you see here is always the byte number. Okay, good. Now for output, say DQ 16. Let's say any number also can. Let's say for an example, not I don't follow this one. For an example, let's say it shows that 3 and 4, right? So it means Q 3.0 until Q 3.7, Q 4.0 until Q 4.7. Ini example lah. I didn't follow this out. It means if I do programming, I need to follow these numbers in the program. I cannot follow other. I cannot use other numbers. I can use memang PLC tak bagi error. PLC won't give you error. You can use some other number. Let's say in the program suddenly you letak satu output, suddenly you use Q 14.0. Can, no problem. Won't show error. But your output won't work. Because the 40 is not in your hardware. That is the concept. Very simple. Because 40 you boleh guna, your PLC can accept. But dekat hardware 40 memang boleh. You ada 0, 3 and 4. So you must use in between this only. Okay? Okay?
Tambah additional macam tu lah. Kena buat
Kena tambah. Then if let's say lah in program you tersilap letak 40. So what you can do? Here come and change 40. Okay. That is the reason. Kalau you perasan dekat input ni, you see here. Dia bagi tahu DIA. Ada kan? The small one. Kan? Kenapa dia tak bagi tahu DI0? Yes. Very simple. Sebab tu kalau you betul-betul perasan the number 0, 1, 2, right? Depan tu ada small dot. Ini good design. Previous design semua tu ada. So maksudnya according to the hardware now is a DIA.0. To A tu adalah you punya byte number. So why they put A? Because in your hardware you can change. Some PLC bukan macam tu. Some PLC direct. That is Mitsubishi Omron lah. Nothing. Because why? Dalam program memang you tak boleh tukar. So follow. Your 200 tell I show you 200. Then you can understand. Your S7-1200 cannot do this. Tak boleh buat ni untuk 200. You see your 200. Dia terus letak address. Fix address. Terus ada I0.0, Q0.0 semua. You see ada apa? Kenapa? Sebab like I said, they follow from SIMATIC manager. Kan? SIMATIC manager punya PLC dia apa? 300. 300 is a modular type. Bila ni modular type, when I connect this, I can put any number. So this actually they follow the same concept. Actually, if you follow their concept, actually for this they can fix the number, but they follow the previous version. They follow their previous settings here. Because untuk 200 we cannot do this. So kalau you tambah additional dia memang automatic. You see here dia dikasih sama 0.0 sampai dia guna byte 0 and byte 1. Byte 1 because you can see at the ujung sini 1.0 and 1.1. Ada dua saja lah. Okay. So if you add additional, you can add additional lah. If you add additional, automatically become 2. Byte memang dia tak follow 1.2 memang. Because sampai sini dah habis je. So bila you add, automatically become 2. Next one automatically become 3. So dia tak ada memang macam ni. In the hardware you can't change it. That is the differences lah in the PLCs. Okay, good. Any question here? No ah? Any question here?
Banyak sedih. Sebab ujung DI 8 bit.
Yes.
Sebab ada kosong, you start dari kosong, so I kosong lah.
Yes.
Kosong.
So this 0 means is the byte number. Yes. Okay. Now what we do? We delete back ni dulu. Sebab kenapa? Physically kita tak ada kan. Nanti kita download dia akan ada keluar error. Yes, just delete. Yes.
Delete dan klik.
You can right click delete or you can press the delete button pun boleh. Okay, good. Okay, now you close this. Okay, that's about your addressing. How we do see the addressing. Okay. Now, so it means very simple lah. All your DI, DO, AI, AO tambah sebelah kanan. Okay, now go to the signal board here. It's actually the same thing. DI, DO, same. Okay, but in small amount, just 4 input. Yang ini boleh tambah dekat tengah-tengah. Yang this one, the board. A few input, just a 4 input. Just click. So dia guna satu byte saja. Satu byte. Because 4 bit is already inside 1 byte only. Yang ini output is an analog output lah. Tak sama lah. Okay. So dekat tengah ni boleh tambah signal board and or communication board. Go here. Yes. Point to point. So contoh you nak guna satu RS485, then you can add this RS485. Yes. Now can of course sudah ada kan. So remove this baru boleh.
Communication board.
Yes. Contoh you nak guna satu Modbus or something, right? Yes, you use this. Okay.
But this communication board is for what protocol?
485 can use any protocol, so can if you're Modbus, can use Modbus. So because Modbus can use for RTU, right? 485. Actually, in PLC also, when you do programming, okay. If you want to use this, contoh lah you ini communication lah, right? You want to use this. If you want to know how to use this, right? You go to dia punya hardware manual. I think around 1,000 pages. Go to manual. Go to the part where they show you how to use this and what protocol this. So dekat sana dia akan bagi tahu, okay, this device can support this protocols. Okay, if you want to use this protocol, this setting you need to do. Everything in the hardware. Okay. Later I have time actually. Okay, can we leave on? Okay. Then close the signal board. Close the communication board. Okay. Then battery board. Yes, they have a battery. battery board. Okay, battery board is for keep your values in with the power off and on. Because when you power off and on, all your memory value will go back to zero. Only DB value will be there. Data block value are there. But memory value becomes zero later, which I show you lah in power. So if you don't want to if you don't want to lose the values, you can use the value. Okay? Yes. Okay, go down. Okay, can close the battery board as well? Okay, go down. Okay, now communication modules. Communication modules are for the left hand side. So ada banyak. You see, industrial remote control, profit bus, point to point, AS interface, all that here. So it depends on. Let's say I want to connect to a device. So I must know the device support what protocol. Okay. Internet protocol or profit bus. Profit bus is the 9-pin one. Okay. Then additional technology modules. This one is for the if you're using the weighing module, IO link or that lah. Because some load cell, right? Some load cell is can not only get the weight, can get some data, right? So you can use this. Okay. So this is what we call device configuration. Actually. Okay. This is device configuration. Okay. So any question until here? This one interesting in the device configuration.
So communication port is only for RS485 lah.
Yang tengah-tengah ni. Yes, only for RS4. If you want to do other than that, RS232 everything, communication module. Yes. Actually, I'm doing one project. I'm using this. Go to point to point. The RS232. So I have a project that is the PLC need to connect to a weighing scale load cell. So the load cell can communicate through RS232 communication, serial communication. So I'm using that.
So this module tak support Profinet.
That is under industrial remote.
Oh,
Yeah, this is where the Profinet. This one is a Profinet support. Other than this is all Ethernet, but they have different protocol. You see? DNP3, IEC protocol, LTE protocol, IRC protocol. All Ethernet, but different protocols are right. Okay, good. Want to use Profinet? This one? I think what 2 terminal or 1 only. Then you click this one 1, 2, 4, 2. If you want to know about that, you go down here.
Information.
Yes. Cakap bagi tahu what is that? GPRS communication. GPRS communication. You want to connect a SIM card. If you want water here, I have water. Okay. Okay. So any question on this here? Try to do one project, download before go for lunch. Okay, until here, okay? Good.
AI, IQ, AQ sama.
AI AQ later we see. Analog
later.
input analog.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, this is analog. Okay, later I will see this. Okay. So whenever we want to do a new project, so we must do the configuration first. We need to add the what type how many input, output, everything first, then only we can do the project. Okay, or you can do project first, then later on can add the configuration also. Okay, no problem. Okay, now once done this one, we must go to the PLC tag. Show all tag. Yes. So tagging. So this is where we add the taggings, like because we are using 8 inputs, right? So all different inputs. So can be start button, stop button, sensor, motor detail, all that, right? So this is where we need to give a name. So we just put a simple one for start, stop. Let's okay, stop. Okay, then output is a motor. So just put like one output motor. Okay, output is Q, right? Q. Okay, so you change here. Q 0.0. You can do like this, or you can just erase type also. Okay, good. Now, once done this one, save first. So anything you do, save. Yes. Kenapa? Sebab if suddenly like that, suddenly software crash or laptop this one, right, all your programs. So whatever small changes you do, always save. Better lah.
Save terus.
Okay. Once done, then only we go to program blocks. Add new block. Sorry. We do main first. Go to main, double click. By default, memang ada main. Main OB1. OB1 maksudnya organization block. This is where we arrange all the blocks, everything. Okay. Okay. Now, so all your symbol, right? Normally open, normally close, output, okay? Empty block, open branch, close branch. Ini memang standard semua. Okay. This one all is actually taken from the instructions. At the right hand side ada instructions. Okay, so my participant apa dia buat? I mean no, previous participant lah. They just drag and put it here. So apa dia commonly use letak sini. So easy to take up. I think this laptop tak ada kan? Here you have so much like this, no right? No, dekat sini ada, dekat sini.
Ini sampai soal ada soal.
Yes. So tak ada banyak kan? Yeah, data of course. Okay, so all your instructions are here. Basic instruction, extended, technology, communication, some additional, all that here. Okay. Even some instruction you can download from the website also. Some blocks. Okay. So normally open here. Okay. So what you can do, you click here. Then you just click here. Just one click here. Okay, dia masuk. Macam ni pun boleh, ataupun you yang ni, you take this one, drag and make sure yang ini hijau, then lepas. Macam ni pun boleh. Okay. So here start kan. Okay, you can type start. Just start. Okay, you can type also can, enter. You can type the address also can, Q0.0. Enter. start motor on. So this, let's say this is a push button kan. So saya tekan motor on, bila saya lepas motor off. So if I want to hold it, so I click here, add the branch, ni, open branch, yes. Letak normally open, then close branch. Okay, then put a motor. Okay, no, motor. Yes.
Oh, holding.
Then, so I start motor on. So if I want to stop, I can cut off, right? So I put it here, normally close. Okay, you double click here. So like I said, you can type name, you can type the address, or you boleh pilih dekat sini pun. You click this, it will show all your tagging. Then this also can. Okay, good. Okay, once done our programming, everything is done, save. Okay, now need to download, right? Okay, need to transfer to the PLC. Then only the program can work. Okay. You click here. Go to online. You can download. Download to device. Yes. So yang itu pun boleh, yang ini pun boleh, yang ini shortcut dia. Or you can right click dekat sini pun boleh download. Later one by one you see it. Okay. Okay. Now can you see? Because when you first time download, memang dia suruh you search like you upload. When we upload, we search the PLC, right? So when you download also same thing. Okay, you need to search. So your configured device is a PLC. Start search. Once done, load. Okay, so CPU content that changes cannot be automatically synchronized. Okay, apa dia buat? Because your project is a new project, right? Okay, when you want to try to download, dia bagi tahu, okay, your project and the project here is the same model, everything, right? So they try to synchronize. Of course, cannot synchronize because yours is totally new project. Okay, totally new project, new file. So that's why memang cannot synchronize. So continue without synchronization. Okay. So you don't download first, you wait, okay. You see. So of course no protection. Memang kita tak bagi password, right? Okay. That's why it's a warning here. So no problem. So it asks you to stop the module for downloading. Yes. First time you download, memang dia stop. Click here. Stop on. Okay, go down. So apa dia buat? Device configuration. So they can download the device, download the software. Software means your program. Device system data means is your configuration. So they can delete your old setting, download your new settings. Okay? Okay. you punya ada satu additional. Okay, I will show you. Should have mesti satu additional. Then different modules. Okay, you click that. Yours don't have, right?
Yeah.
Okay, click it. Dia bagi tahu online and offline actually same model number lah. But the firmware, you see, online is 4.7, which is your PLC. Offline is 4.6, which is your laptop, right? But of course lah, kita punya laptop memang maximum 4.6 lah, because we are using version 18. Okay? So maksudnya that PLC can support version 20 also. Means newer also perlu. But so tapi nampak dia just bagi warning only. Means still can download, not error. Okay? So just look. Good. Okay, finish. Okay, once done, then can monitor. This, is that? So you can see that this. If you on the input, then you can see the motor on, everything. Okay, good. Any question until here? Don't stop the PLC. Because why? Because stopping the PLC means you put stop mode. It's not your. It is not you disconnect your communication. Disconnect communication means that is here. Monitor off ataupun go offline. Click here. Just click anywhere here. You can go offline if you want to do some modification lah kan. Go offline ataupun you can off the monitor. Don't stop the PLC, because stopping the PLC means your PLC go to stop mode. So what happens? Your PLC, kalau PLC go to stop mode, all your output will cut off. That's why whenever new project download, dia suruh you stop. Right? Just now I ask you to stop, right? Because it's completely a new file. But the same file, I do some modification, I download again, memang dia tak perlu stop. Okay?
So they detect how the communication detect is a new file atau tak based on error tadi tu lah yang banyak.
Yeah, yang banyak tu lah. So what happened, because now you download it, right? So the PLC know my hardware is day 1 lesson 1. So in day 1 lesson 1, you do any modification, download next time, they can stop PLC. They just download the program. So PLC can be still running, no problem. But the moment you create new project, day 1 lesson 2, then you download, PLC will see, okay, this is a new file already. So they akan stop. Maybe it can be a new configuration, we don't know. So the PLC don't know. Walaupun configuration dia walaupun dia sama, PLC think okay, ini satu file yang baru. So saya kena delete the old file, kena letak macam tu.
What if the new program I save day 1 lesson 1 juga? A new program?
No, but it won't work. It won't work. It's considered as a new file because whenever you new file, of course, they have their own system will create some coding line inside. Because why? What you know is I have tested the same thing. Because I know, but why not if I use the same name, what happens? I use the same names, he asks you to download also.
To stop.
Okay, good. Okay, any question until here? So far. But when you do programming later, then of course you can see better. Now because it's just like this, right? So later when you do programming, you can understand better. Okay? So wiring. I have some buttons left at the back, the small one. No, no. This one.
Okay.
So I have these two. So later we do some wiring and everything. So easy to test. If no, difficult to test. Start, stop, so we have some button, we can test. At the same time, we learn wiring also lah. Okay. So what is the input? What is the output? How to do wiring for input, output? Okay, good. So whatever you learn, just save. Just can leave it the laptop like this, and after the lunch, you can continue. Okay.
What time masuk balik?
1:30. 1:30. But if you want to do prayers all that, also can. 2% flexible lah. 2% understanding lah. Because sometimes if one same company come, okay, no problem. But different company 2%, different company 2%. Difficult. So you need to follow the timing and. Okay.
Ini boleh bawa balik seminar.
Yes, that's for you.
Oh, ini ada information terus.
Yeah, of course. How to upload, how to download semua ada. Actually, I'm creating a new one also. Lagi detail punya, but I'm still doing lah. Whenever saya ada masa ID, once I finish, I will forward to all my participants.
Dia ada beberapa training 14. Banyak.
Apa?
Siemens kan ada banyak training.
Yes.
V19, 20.
Yeah. But all same only.
Same.
All. Of course lah, new version. Of course, they have some new features lah, features yang baru, functions yang baru. Tapi yang itu semua more advanced punya functions. Memang saya tajam.
Dia network tu beza.
Okay.
Dia ada network 1, network 2.
Network one. Network one. Okay. You do programming, arrange your programs.
Network 2 tak ada.
No, okay. You do programming dengan network one. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, let's say you have another motor to do. You can use network 2, network 3, so on. Dia pergi panjang semua. Yes, you can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
later we can take this one, fix it here.
Mm.
Okay, then all the input output are going to come from here. Then from here we can connect to our power supply here. And later I will explain. So I will give you some cables. We can do the wiring. What I can use this power supply, right?
Mm.
This power supply, you got from here, then you connect it first.
Oh, okay.
24. Then from here, later you can take the 24 and 0 from here. And later on, I will draw the wiring with that.
Okay.
Then you can connect all the
Okay.
Yes. Now what we do? In 24 later part, I off the power supply lah. So later this 24 volt, you connect sini dulu. 24 and 0 volt. Okay. Then need ambil lah, ambil connect sini dulu. Then from here we can connect here. Okay. Then this is the input output that is connected to the switches and the lamp. Okay. Then I will do the wiring diagram. Okay, then you can follow the wiring diagram, you can do the wiring. Then later it will be easier to on and off everything. Okay, power off these two. Good. This. So first thing, this 24 volt and 0, you connect here first. 24 and 0. Yes. All these three are looped, and this is the link. All these three are connected. All these three are connected. So if you want to take 24 volt, because for power supply you need the power. I mean for here you need power supply. The input need power supply. Output need power supply, right? And then okay, so all that. So first you power up the module first. Into cable. Cable long enough or not? Inside. That's why I do it like that. Easier. Yes, I try to do that.
Bawa ke dia, right? Okay. Now, first we see the input. Input they say DC, right? DC input. Okay. So we have 1 amp, 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Okay. Now what do you do? Okay. Kita kan ada power supply terminal block. Kan ada dua terminal block kan? Yang positif negatif tu kan? Yang power supply punya block ni kan? These two okay? Okay. So very simple. This is 24, this is 0 volt. This is the output, this is the input. From here I already connected here. You just need to connect here. Okay. These two is the common for the switches. Okay? Because you see at the back I already looped the switches. Right? So all the switch I loop, I connect to the first terminal block. Okay? This one for the output also. Output I all loop, I connected here. Okay? Now, very simple. So, you see, all these our input need to connect to the switch, right? So, for this I have the six terminal blocks. For the input terminal block, right? Ada 6 terminal blocks. You connect all, but here I could just put 4 only, but we connect all. And all these already looped, right? I already looped is at one terminal block. This terminal block we call it as a input common. Okay, input common. Okay, now. Then we take one signal, one supply from the power supply, we connect to the 1 amp.
Positive.
Okay, positive or negative, we see what we want to connect. Okay? Okay. Then, so this one I already done. So what we need to do is, we need to connect all the main inputs, 6 inputs, one from the power supply to the 1 amp. Then, this loop cable, right, I connected, this one also need to connect to the power supply. Okay, the input common also need to connect to the power supply. Okay? Okay. Now, what signal I want to have? What supply? Okay. Let's say 1 amp. In Siemens, L and L plus amp. These are common in Siemens. Any model. Okay? Any model like what our 300, 400, all this model. Okay, they guna this. Okay, kalau L saja is a 230 AC. This one of course lah neutral. L plus means is a 24 VDC. Then M is a 0 DC. Okay, this is for all the models. Okay, now. So 1 amp means is a 0 volt, right? 0 volt DC. So very simple. If actually this one, if you see other PLC, they call COM as well. It's a common for my input. This common is for my switches. Okay. Now very simple. If this one is 1 amp, my input must be 24 DC. Okay, this is common. Then if this one we call as a source or PNP. PNP sensors. Kalau nak guna sensors, must use PNP sensor. Okay. Now, only for 1002. Okay, 1002 and 200 also. 1 amp can be 24 volt. Can be. But only for input 1 amp. If output, no. Okay, Okay, only for the input 1 amp can connect 0 volt or 24. If 24, the input must be 0 volt DC. This one we call it as a SIM or NPN sensors. That's why kalau you perasan just now when we add the PLC, right? Okay, there's a big description for it. 8 input, 6 output. Okay, 8 input ada beritahu 8 input sync or source. This is the can connect sync or source. Yes, mana-mana pun boleh.
Mitsubishi semua sama.
Mitsubishi Omron normally dia tak letak 1 amp, dia letak COM saja.
COM saja.
So normal lah. Okay. But for this we follow this. Okay. Yes, Siemens lah for this. But for 300, if this one is fixed, you can see 24 VDC. The input on top here. So it's fixed 24 VDC. Means it can connect only PNP sensors. So that's why normally Siemens are normally common, they use PNP sensors. Yes. Like Omron, Mitsubishi, all they normally use NPN sensors. Okay? Okay? So what you can do now is, so you see, now let's say you decide to use the PNP, for example. So 1 amp must be 0 volt, right? So you take 1 0 volt, you connect to 1 amp. Okay? Then this is the 6 inputs. Okay? This input I got sini, I dah connect here, right? So this is 6 input, you can start from 0 until 5. Okay? And this is the input command. Ini input punya command, means yang loop cable ni kan. So this loop cable must go to 24 volt. If 1 amp is 0, this one is 24. If 1 amp is 24, this loop cable must be 0. Okay? Yes, correct. Okay?
1 amp to 24.
Okay, 1 amp is to 24. Then these 6 switches, go to the IO. Then this one is the common for my switches, right? So must be 0 volt.
1 amp.
Yes. No, not 1 amp. 1 amp is different.
1 amp is 24.
Yes, 1 amp 24. Then the COM is the 0. Take the 0. Yes, right. So like a complete. Because why? Kenapa? Because inside here they call ada auto coupler. Okay, it means okay, when you connect this one, okay, dia macam ni. Like a diode lah. Okay, like a diode. So this one will like power on dia lah contoh. So what happen is always opposite lah. So dia macam okay, let's say this is positive means here negative. This is negative means here positive. So 1 amp. That's why I put common. Means okay, this both are common also. Name common lah, common signal. But this is the input common. This is my switch position. Yes, always opposite. Then only they are complete the circuit. You know why? Why optocoupler? Because you see, our what they call our circuit board is energized by 5 volt only. Normally 5 second. But we giving 24 volt, right? So what happened? This optocoupler get a 24 signal, convert to 5 volt signal, and make it like 1. Because input kita digital, right? 1 or 0. So this is the one inside. So normally sometimes there is an input, but input ada supply, but sometimes the input tak on. Because sometimes the optocoupler if overload or something. Okay, that's why you cannot connect 230 volts. Kalau salah 230 volt, and burn the optocoupler. Okay, can you do the input first, test the connection everything, then you do the output.
one is 0, tak kisah. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Follow that lah easier. Because the connection dekat bawah pun I follow that 0 to because later we can use this one as a push button, easier.
PLC terminal.
This one is the PLC.
Oh, to the left. Okay.
This one.
Yeah. Common di sini, power, switch di sini.
Yes, correct. The common is the power, right? So you connect, right? This one you connect to 0. Okay. So you connect the 1 amp.
24.
24. So means you are using sync.
Source up.
Because your 1 amp is 24 volt, right?
And 24.
It means sync.
Okay.
Mana-mana.
Do. What does it mean?
Betul lah jadi boleh duduk kan?
Yes. So actually normally all PLCs do. So if you want to change common or this one, right? I mean the sync or source, you just play with this cable and 1 amp. This one of course I direct here. Okay. All these I don't use cables. I do for project, right? So sometimes I cut some long cables. So normally, once I finish the wiring, so what I do, I can go this way. Okay. I do the continuity test.
Oh tak kena. Dia skru dia pegang insulation.
Dalam skru ni
Right.
Yeah, this one.
use apa?
Yeah, all these I need. Reuse.
Use.
Reuse. Now, test the mouse. Now this is the 0, right? 0. Okay. So this one also 0. Then 1 amp also 0. Sorry, input common is a 0. Positive is, this is positive. This is positive. 1 amp is correct. That's finish. So we can power on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mirror. 4, 5 are different. Here.
Switch dalam kan?
Maybe. I don't know. Here different.
Oh, okay.
So you just change port here or
Okay.
change port here.
I see. Salah hanya terguna.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
This is here. Touch negative. It's negative. It's negative, right? So your 1 amp is negative also. Okay. Then positive. This one you type this one. That's one. Oh, dia tak turun bawah. You take out your remote.
Oh, dia tak tahu.
Okay. No, wait. Dah lagi satu. Okay. Down. Positive. Positive. This is a positive. Right. Okay. Now you power on it. Yeah, that's the gun. 0. kita connect here. Oh, you can just connect here.
Oh.
Just for
I connect sampai tiga.
you just connect all these things. Later when we do projects, we can use this. Just power off. Because actually your supply all are connected, okay. Only these two only. Right. Let's connect. Now the output. If you didn't off also can, but because it's a 24 volt, right? So you touch on the, but make sure 24 and 0 don't touch. Because sometimes again is the terminals output. Okay. Now for the output, you see, output is also DC, right?
DC.
Okay, so you see there is 3L plus 3M, right? Sebelah output. Okay, then same like 0, 1, 2, 3. But you connect until the 5. Okay. Simple. Okay. All these need to connect to the lamp one by one, right? Okay. Okay. You use power supply, same power supply in your terminal block. Okay. L plus is what? 24. 24 DC and 0, right? 0 DC. Then this loop cable, I already loop, I connect to the outcome. So they say about output is actually they put 24 DC, right? It means our output from this terminal is 24 volt. So the other side of our load is 0, right? So this loop cable you connect to a 0. That's all, finish.
Kalau source how many? 24 sama.
No, this one don't have source or sink. It's already. But if according to the, in term, our output is 24 volt, right? It means it's a source output.
Oh, sudah fix kan?
Sudah fix. Memang tak boleh nak pilih. Cannot choose what 0.
Outcome ada dua kabel lah. Outcome ada dua kabel. Dua kabel masuk.
Outcome.
Yang 3M
3M and 0 volt.
Yeah. So dia kena pada power supply, kena dua kabel. One is positive, one is negative. Oh, actually no. What do you mean this one, right?
Ada
So I just put here lah. But kan you ada banyak terminal. Untuk 0 volt kan ada banyak terminal.
Ya, ada.
Then you can just use terminal lah, one cable. Because the main idea is go to 0 volt, kan? So, like 3M go to 0 volt, and this one also go to 0 volt. But kalau tak ada tempat, boleh guna dekat bawah pun boleh juga. Because if you see our wiring diagram, mostly dia bukan macam ni, betul tak? If our wiring diagram is not like this, because in our wiring diagram, this is in different page. Power supply is different page, this one is different page.
ada tak program.
Okay. No. But did you check that connection?
Belum.
Do you power off first?
Oh, sana.
The M is connect. Then this one all go this right. That's why we 5. Then 0, 1, 2, 3, connect 1.5 extra. Then the L is 24. One more for the L plus 24. Once done, then you can power up. That's all. Then once you power up, you wait until make it run. Then you press, you punya output boleh jalan. Because just now you already program what?
Oh, okay.
Just now you press, dia tak jalan sebab dia belum lagi run. Your background is electrical. Electrical electronic. Yours?
Electrical electronic.
Same lah.
But di sana is on power system lah.
On power system lah.
Okay.
So for the engines all they're using PLC lah.
Yes. Siemens and Omron.
Siemens.
There is one PLC automation direct.
Okay. The software name.
The PLC automation direct is apa? The PLC is automation direct.
The PLC. No,
Oh,
the software.
Oh, KN. I think KN or automation direct. That one I never open the software because I don't have. I don't know the program. That is for heater. Heater
That
control.
is for heater.
Automation direct PLC.
Automation.
We also have one ABB PLC. The rest is Siemens and Omron. ABB. Automation direct.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know why they use that brand.
Yeah, okay. Because
Direct something.
okay is still under Koyo.
Direct Logic PLC.
Direct
Logic PLC. But I'm not sure how does it look inside the program and everything.
Direct soft I have used before direct soft. I use it's a Koyo PLC. Last time I used for that. Direct 5 is for Koyo, Direct 5 only. But I use only for one time. But it's the same thing. Same normal ladder logic. Use one time for troubleshooting. One company used that. Koyo Direct 5. Okay.
if you press that, okay, of course your output won't load. Okay, wait for run. Okay, now you press. Yes.
When you program only one I/O, one
Oh, one
output.
output.
One output.
Wow.
Yes. Okay. Now you go online. You click here, go online. Or click monitor.
Go online. Oh, ini kan ini kan.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay, good. Okay, this one minimal. No, no, you not that. Not that. I mean this one. Can bring it down. Yes. Okay. So okay. Can I?
Ada color.
Monitor.
Yang macam ni.
Monitor.
Yes.
Monitor.
Yang macam ni mata. No problem. It's
No, sometimes okay, yeah.
Monitor.
Yes. Okay. This one ni tarik bawah. Tarik fully. When you want to use, then go. Okay, then press start stop.
Start.
Okay, start, then stop. Stop second button. So then, I 0.0
Oh,
is the
0.0.
first button, 0.1 is the second button. Yes. Okay, good. Any question here? No? Wiring, any questions? Can I?
Label.
Yes. Okay. Because because in the wiring diagram, they don't put like this. Right? Normally, this one will be another page, that is the power supply pages, because they will put like this. Can I erase this? Yeah. Just show you how in the wiring diagram. Okay. Okay. So normally in the wiring diagram, how they the L and T lah, okay, go in. Okay, then we have a power supply, right? This one is AC to DC, right? And also. Okay, and then this one, okay, positive, this one negative. So they will connect to the terminal blocks, right? So multiple terminals. Okay. Then let's say this is the page 1. Okay, then they will put here, okay, this one go to the page 2, for example. 2.1. So page 2 is what? Example like this is page 2. So here, okay, they put the CPU. Okay. Then L plus M. That's all. then they will tell you lah from this is from where. This is one. Let's say this is the last one. So 1.8. So 1.8. Okay. That's all. Then they take another one. Let's say 3.1. Is positive, right? Say this one also 3.1. So let's say page 3. Then here is the input. Right, input, okay, they put M. M0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1M, right? Then they will take from 1.8, then go to the switches. And this one go here. And something like this. Okay, they will put something like this one, okay? And of course like they will mention here, this is L, this is M, L plus M. So this is how they put. So we can see all together in one page, all different pages. The one I do wiring diagram, that type of wiring diagram you can get from the hardware manual. So that is where you can understand better, okay, why 1M is can be both, right? Because 1M can be positive or negative, so so if this one positive, this one negative. If this one negative, this one positive. Very important. Okay. Okay. Now, so now this one is okay. Now what we do? Go offline. Yes. We add one timer. Okay. We're going to add. So what we do? We click here. Now click on the line. Then you click the add branch. Then put normally open. Okay. Add motor. Okay. Put motor. Yes. Okay. Good. Now go to instruction. Go to timer operation. Take the first one, TON. Yes. Drag, tarik, sampai sini. This one, make sure this one become green color. No, green until here. Okay. Ready? Okay, wait up. Okay, so you see, our timer is a function block timer. It's like a block. Okay, it's like a block. So if you call the function block safe is data in the data block. Okay, but don't worry, later we see what is function block and data block. Okay, so first thing we just understand that timer is a block, function block type. That's all. Okay, you put in a name timer 1. Clear, okay. So means when I start the motor on, then I use the motor as an interlock, then I run a timer. Okay. A timer need this is a timer input, timer output, timer the set point, and timer the current value, ET. Okay. Then you put it here 10s, 10 seconds. 10 or any number must put S. Enter. Okay, good. So ET don't need later we put. Okay. So very simple. How this timer work is, I start the motor on, I use the motor as an input for the timer. Once I get the input, timer will start to count. Once I reach the 10 second, timer will give the output at Q. Okay. Now, click here. What I want to do, because the timer give you output, right? I want to use the output to off the motor. Okay? To cut off means after the timer I want to cut off the motor. Okay? But I need something to store my timer output punya value. Correct? Okay, because timer tu bagi satu output. After the timer, give you output. But I need something to store the value. So this is where we use the memory. Yes. Okay, because we have an input, output. Then we need to have a memory to give a value. Okay, to keep memory is inside the PLC, like it's like an internal relay. Okay, so what you do, you just put one output. Then put M0.0. Name no need MI, later we can try. Okay, so see, very simple. So this one is like an internal relay. So I energize the relay, later I can use their contacts. Concept like actual relay. So I energize a relay, then I can use the normally open or normally close the contact, right? Same concept. Okay? So the name, because you see, can you see automatically become tag 1. Why? Because kita belum lagi create dekat PLC tag. Correct? Just now in the PLC tag we create only start, stop and motor. So you have two options. Satu, you can go to the PLC tag, change the name. Or you can right click here, rename. Yes.
Rename tag.
Yes. Okay. Then put one name like moto off. Moto off. Okay, change. Alright. Save. Then download. So download, you can use this download also can, or you go online download also can. This download is this one. Online download is yes.
Synchronize.
Continue. Continue. Okay. Now can you see dia tak suruh you stop the PLC. You see, because your second time downloading the same file, so you just edit something. So the PLC can recognize, okay, this is the same file. So I don't need to stop. I can just download. Okay. Look. Because I'm just going to load the software only. Monitor. Now you press start. Whatever, the timer start to run, right? Once it reach 10 seconds, the output on, so the output will on the memory. Okay, you press stop. Okay, when you press stop, here also off, right? When this one off, my timer reset already. When timer reset, the queue off already. Okay, you press start again. You observe again. Make sure you understand how the timer works. Then only you can do the program. The timer very simple. I give input, I start the timing. Once I reach my test set point, the output on. If the input off already, okay, you stop. If the input off, timer reset, output also off. Okay, that's how this timer works. Okay, now what I want to do, When I start the motor on, after 10 seconds, I want to off the motor. It means start motor on, create timer. After 10 seconds, this memory on, right? I can use this memory to off this motor. Okay? To off this, click here, normally close. Yes, okay. Then use the motor off M0.0. Done? Okay, you download. Yes. You do small changes, need to download. Load. Monitor. Okay, start. Good. Okay. Any question? Here.
ET work.
ET is the timer running, the current timer lah. Later we will use. Later when we do the HMI, then here we can put some memory. So whatever value here will be stored here. Then I can use this to show in my HMI what is the timer value. Okay. Now you know already what is the function of I, M, and Q. Okay. I of course is a physical input. Q is the physical output. Okay. The M is like the internal relay or internal memory. Only can be used as an internal memory. Okay. Now go offline. Offline means okay. You can click here also can click here also can. Here also can, or also can. Okay. No, same thing. Okay, means offline means I just disconnecting my laptop and the PLC. Okay. Now, let's say we want to on motor number 2. Okay. So what we do? Go to PLC tag. You add. You rename this one motor 1. Then this one also motor 1 off. Then you add motor 2 and motor 3. Okay, good. Now these two you put the output Q. Okay, save. Yes. Go back to the main. So I start motor on, I use the motor timer. Okay, after the timer, memory right. So I use this memory to off the motor 1. I can use the same memory to on motor number 2. Okay, go down.
Network.
Can go to network 2. No, go to network 2. Yes. Go down. Yes. Okay. So I can dedicate that network 1 is for motor 1. Network 2 is for motor 2. Something like that. Okay. Is for the programmer choice only. Okay. So you put it here normally open. then use the M0.0. Okay, then you put one output Moto 2. Okay, good. Save. Okay, now, do I need to latch the motor? No need. Okay? Okay, you download and test. So, of course, like here, okay, the one thing I want to tell you. Here we do multiple time download because we do some changes, but in actual your system, you don't need to download actually. Because your system is already programmed, so you can just use the online, the PLC tag, the device configuration. You will be, using that only. You won't be download because the program here already is done. But here we do multiple time download. Okay, because we do small changes, we do download. Then only we can test it out. Okay, good. Okay, monitor. Go up. Whatever.
Oh, belum lah.
Now, you try.
Okay.
You try and see. Is it motor number 2 is on? You press that. See? Yeah. No, right? Okay, kenapa? Okay, good. Now you see, motor 2 not on, right? Okay. Is it meaning the motor 1 off is not on or what? Kan? Dia ini motor 2 tak jalan kan? But this one is on, right? Betul tak? But it become like a pulse. On lepas tu off balik. Because you see the moment dia on, here cut off, correct? When we cut off, motor 1 will off, timer reset. So apabila timer reset, your memory also will off. Means it's very fast, right? Like on off balik. Like so it become like a push button. So when I use here, so your motor 2 also is actually on and off. According to the theory, dia memang sudah on, sudah off. But very fast, we cannot see. Sebab why? Because that is how our PLC work. PLC, okay, how the PLC run actually? You need to understand that first. How the PLC run? PLC will scan your programs one by one. Okay, you scan this first, then scan this, then go again. So that's how PLC. So they scan left to right, top to bottom. That's how PLC works. Okay. So when you press start, okay, PLC akan scan dia. Okay, only one, right? So okay, the signal can go here on here first. Okay, I will show you how the PLC works. Then you can understand better. Okay, PLC start. Control. Then I use what we do, right? So how? Okay. So normally close means the current can pass through because this is ladder logic. Ladder logic is similar to your single line diagram. Okay. So means your current is waiting here. So when you press start, PLC akan scan ini dulu. Okay. Start, okay, press here on. Motor on. Here also on. Here also on. Okay. Then, but the timing of this is much more faster than I'm pressing and release. Right? I press and release at least 500 milliseconds, right? But this scanning is in milliseconds, 1 to 10 milliseconds. So then, okay, so PLC sudah scan yang ni, sudah on dia kan? Means when this one on, here also on, here also on. But timer belum lagi jalan. Okay, wait ah. Then PLC come here and see. Okay, this one, you understand? So now it's continuous. Then PLC go here and on. Now timer start to run. When PLC go here, nothing. Go up. So the moment go up, then only you relieve the and here, right? So this one memang off lah, right? So timer continuously running. After 10 seconds, it will on here. So let's say my PLC baru dah scan again. I mean continuous, right? So scan ni nothing happen. When I scan here, I see sudah ada signal. I on the output. Okay. Then come here. I on the output. Okay. Tapi, so, I mean means okay sudah online. Actually it's on. Then my PLC go here and see this one on already, right? Here cut off, right? PLC say okay, it's on. Okay. Off this. Off here. Off here. Off here. Then my PLC come here and scan. Okay, baru dia akan cut off this. Then only cut off this. So when this one off, this one reset. Then this one off. So when this one off already. So here normally close balik. Then this one off. But the timing is very fast. So the motor 2 is on. We can visibly of course understand. So what you can do is use this motor 2 and shift. So I send the signal. Then of course bila dia on kan. So you can hold. Same like the start button. So if you want to off this, now it's become continuously run. Want to off this? Same stop button can use, no problem. But depend on your project lah. But for here now, same stop button can use. Okay, try this. Then you download it as WinCC. Now can. Right. So if you want to stop, you can use the put the normal tools at the motor 2, you can stop. Any question until here? Okay. What I want you to try now. Okay. So let's assume we have a start button, stop button. Then let's say we have motor 1, motor 2. Motor 3, right? Okay. So when I start, motor 1 already run. Okay, it run for 10 seconds. After that, jump to motor 2. Like this lah. So we already done until here. So what I want is you try the. Okay, now motor 2 run. Let's say 12 seconds. After 12 seconds, motor 2 off, motor 3 on. Then motor 3 run for but the timer is up to you lah. I put just 10 seconds. Then after that, motor 3 off. Then if I start again, motor 1, then motor 2, then motor 3. But I start, if any one of these running, I press stop, all must off. Okay? Okay? Can you try it? Continue, because we already done until motor 2. So now for motor 2, need to add a timer of the motor 2. On the motor 3 have a timer. Okay, you try first. You try the motor 2 timer first. I want you to be familiar with the software first. Back to download, offline, edit, download. Offline, edit, download. Offline, edit, download. motors?
Yeah. Then press stop.
All
Correct.
get off. Because the logic is all same, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You go up.
Ada
No problem.
training sikit.
We are learning, right?
Hmm.
So not the issue. So for me, I mean, logic is wrong, no problem. For me, what important is, okay, you know how to download and how to go online, right? How to use the timer, how to put the timer value, and that is the important thing. Because this is a logic, right? Creating this program is, we call it as a logic. So logic wrong, not an issue. Because logic we need to practice. Okay? So you go up. This one okay, go down. Okay, this one okay, go down. Okay, not straight away motor 3. Right, because you go up. You see, after the timer, we use a memory first, correct or not? So use a memory. Okay, go down. Okay, go down first. Okay, what I go up, I want to see network 3 and 2. Okay, actually these two, right, can put in the same network. Make it easy to understand. Okay, no problem. I show you how to. Okay, click here. You add a branch. But if you put different network, also not an issue. Okay, you just click here, drag and put it in. Click the symbol, just drag, put it here. Yes, same thing for your timer. Drag. So no need to do. No need. So after when the memory on, motor 2 on, right? So after the timer, use a memory first. Okay. So you add an output. Okay. So M0.0 is already used, right? So next one is 0.1. So you put M0.1. Okay, then you can rename, right click, rename. Motor 2 off. Then you use the motor 2 off to off the motor. Same like you go up. You see, after timer we get memory, right? Use the memory to cut off. Same way. Okay, go down. Okay. So put it here normally close. M0. Good. Sorry. M0.1. Motor 2. Bring in front. Yes. Okay. M0.1. Then I can use this motor 2. Go down to off to on the motor 3. So you put normally open here. This is sorry. Yes. Okay. Then M0.1. Then latch this first. Holding break branch. Normally open, close the branch. Okay, then add motor 3 here. Add a stop button. Stop. Put the stop. Okay, good. Now, so this one motor 2, I mean memory from the motor 2 I used to energize the motor 3, right? Then actually this one I can put it here. Okay, but now this also can, no problem, not the issue. So motor 3, then I use the motor 3 timer. Then here must be the memory. So 0.1, sorry 0.0, 0.1 already used, right? You use 0.2 here. You delete this one. No, yes, click the name, delete, yes. M0.2. Now you rename this. Rename. Right click, yes. Because if you double click and type, it become a new tab. Okay. Then we can use the motor 3 here. Motor 3 off here. Normally close. M0.2. Yes. Okay, save, download. Good. Okay. If I want to repeat continuous, means from go back to on motor one, what I can do? Okay, try first. You want to put here, right? So must choose here. No, this one. Yes. Try this.
One always on.
One always on. Okay, good.
If use memory 3. But this one is totally closed.
Yes, that is the reason. Because the memory 3, right? This memory is already off.
Yeah, it's already on.
So you want to connect because after the timer then only the memory on, right? So you want to on the motor. So put normally open. Yes. But never mind. Because no need to delete. Just double click. No, double click the normally open symbol. Yes, you can click there, you can change. Yes. Because we need to do like this. If you don't know, right, sometimes we cannot imagine whether normally open, normally close, right? So just put anything. Let's say you get the idea. Okay, let's say try normally open. You put normally open. Try first. Not working. Then we can change to normally close. So when you do practice a lot of the time, then after some time, when you see, you know already whether you want to put normally open or normally close. Initial stage, you don't have the, sometimes you cannot imagine. But after some time, you know already whether you want to put normally open or normally close. Okay. Now you press start. Okay. Now you press start. Yeah, can go back. Keep on running. Continue. Any question? So far okay ah? Can right?
Yes, fresh up. Itu je.
What is it?
Menarik gaji. Ada betul sikit.
Yeah, of course.
Ya, banyak. Baik.
Yeah. Okay. Now you go offline. Okay. This one is what trace
Training.
use the training something. Okay.
Sometimes normally open and close mean inside the program only open and close, and the physical contact open and close.
It's totally different.
Sometimes confused with
Good question. Okay.
NC, NC, software NC or NO.
Yes, good question. I raised this again. The same program, right? Now, you see, now I connected all the switches here is normally open switch. Correct? Okay. Because when I press, then only the input go input. So that is means it's a normally open switch. Normally closed switch means the input is always on. When you press, then only the input will off. Okay?
Even stop button also normally open.
Yes. Here I put everything normally open switch. Okay, normally closed switch means the input will be always on. So you see. So I have two switches. 0 and 1, and one output go to the LAN. Okay. Now, see. So let's say this is a start. This is the stop. Okay. Both the normally open switch. Okay. So you see here. Okay. Now, so when I press start, I want to on the motor. It means okay. This is a normally open switch. Means when I press, the input signal is become 1. Right. So means okay. So when I 0.0 become 1, then I want to send the signal. So I put the output, right? Okay. Then of course I latch it. Okay, that's also why normally open, because the moment they're on, I want to continue. Now, stop button same. When I press, the input is on. So means when the input is energized, I want to cut off this. So mean must be normally closed signal here. Why? Because normally closed, when it become 1, it will open. Okay? Okay? This one. Now, you see. Let's say I put this one normally open and this one normally closed switch. 0, 1. Okay, one output, right? So same. Start, stop. Now this one same thing. Okay. Means when I press, I want to on a normally closed switch physically. Here I use so means the signal is always on. So when I press, the signal will off. So when there's no input, then I cut off. Means here I need to use normally open I0.1. Why? Because when there's an input, means it's always at the signal. When you press, you cut off, then only the signal will off. So it means you see, both are normally open switch. Right? Okay? But one we use as a normally open, one we use as a normally closed. Why? Because it depends on the situation. That is, when I press this button, I want to give the signal. So I put normally open. When I press this button, I want to cut off the signal. Let's say in the same project, I have one. This is, let's say, a red lamp. This is a green lamp, for example. So when I press start, green lamp on. When I stop, red lamp on, for example. So I use the same input, but now as a normally open. Because when I press this, I want to on this output. Q01 H. Then when I press the start button, I want to cut off. Now turbine. So it depends on the situation. It means the physical one is fixed. You cannot change. But in the program, you want to change normally open or normally closed. It depends on the situation. Depend where you use, where you place. Okay? Yes. Even I need to use this also. For example, means in this case I press start, green lamp on, I press stop, red lamp on, right? So when I press start, green lamp on, right? I can use this to cut off also. Okay. This is 0.0 as an interval. When I press start, I on this one. Okay. But of course it won't work. Because let's say in this case, when I press, let's say if this one is already on already, so this one always cut off. You cannot on this one. So it depends on the situation. So very simple one is, okay, how I do is, when I want to use the signal, when the signal is 0 or when the signal is in 1. So we need to see that way. We cannot see normally open, normally closed. Because if you see normally open, normally closed, we always confuse. So you need to see, okay, when I receive the signal, what I want to do. I want to on, okay, I use normally open. If I want to off, I use normally closed. If let's say the signal is always like this, right? Let's say now this start button is normally closed also, for example, right? Then here we become normally closed. Why? Because the signal is always on. So if I put normally closed, if the signal on, always open. When you press this, means you off the signal. So it's already on. When you off, close button. So it depends on the program. So in the field device, it's always it cannot change. I know this one will sound confusing. Normal, very normal. Because why? You used to do the hard wiring, troubleshoot the hard wirings, normally open, normally close, everything. So when it comes to PLC, here also PLC also have normally open, normally close, right? But same thing, but you don't know because sometimes physically normally open, but here use normally close. Physically normally close, but here is normally open, right? So sometimes you also confused. So this one will need to practice, practice more than you know it. Because this is the one most important thing. But Siemens is good, you know why? Because you can see the line become green color. Because you can see entire line. Allen and Mitsubishi, you only can see here only changing color. Which is for first time learner very hard to understand. First time learner, if you ask me, Omron and Siemens is good. Okay? Okay? Yeah. But this one you can practice.
Different.
No choice.
Start jadi close, close.
Hmm.
Dia on.
Yes, because
Dia
you see,
supply.
both the button same button.
Dia kalau tak ada button, inject terus. Itu tu.
Yes.
Hmm.
So you see, both is the same button. So what happen is, of course normally start button they don't use like this, betul lah. Kalau tak nanti dia always on, right? The lamp. Okay. It's example. Okay, what I mean is both are same button, but when I do logic, one is normally closed, one is normally open plug, because their purpose is different already now. Just the same. They both normally open, but when I put in the logic here, it's different already. Because the purpose is different already when it comes to programming. Both the same button. But here you see this line is different. Because this is the start, stop example. So when I start, I want to on the lamp. When I stop, I want to off the lamp. You see, when I stop, so this is I put the name start, stop, the green lamp. So this one is stop, start, the red lamp. So for this, when I start, the green lamp is on. When I stop, the green lamp is off. Here, when I stop, the red lamp was on. When I start, the red lamp was off. So this button and this button actually the same button. Only one button, right? But I use two places. The purpose is this here, and the purpose here is different purpose, different logic. So of course. So normally when I do program, always formula when I do. When I receive signal, what I want to do? I want to on something, okay, use normally. If I want to off something, normally use. That is for normally open signal. If the signal is normally closed signal, the opposite way. If I want to on something, put normally close. If I want to off something, put normally open. Okay? Good? Okay? Any question? No, okay. We go for a break. And after the break, come and do a new project. So far, we already cover, of course, like normally open, normally close, coil, timer, always. All the project we do, of course, we're going to use that. So right after the break, we can see what is set, reset, and maybe the pulse function as well. Okay, then we check some hardware settings. Okay, see some hardware settings. you stay in Pasir Udang, but working in Telang Batar. Yeah, from 1 hour from Pasir Udang. So means last time you work in Pasir Udang lah. How long you in Johor? 8 years. 18.
High school. Besar.
Oh, okay. Sekolah menengah kat sini lah. In Sabah, Tuarang.
West Coast.
Oh, okay. So you go offline. Yes. You right click the PLC.
Right, PLC.
Yeah. Properties. Here. Yes. Okay. Go to general. I just click general. Not click general. Yes. Okay. Now, so you see, these are the settings for PLC. Okay. So in the general, of course, you see it shows. Can you see the input sync source? Right. Okay. Then go to Profinet. So under Profinet, you can create the IP address, change the IP address. If you want to change the IP address, you change first, then you download, then only you change inside the PLC. Okay. Then DIDQ. Yes. So input output. Okay, the input filter means how fast you want the response. We can change here also. Okay. Then analog. Okay. Analog, you see, is a fixed lah. It's a 0 to 10 volt. Analog. It's already fixed. That one is for the PLC fixed lah. But if you add modules, that one can change voltage or milliamp. Because analog got two types, right? One is voltage, one is milliamps, right? Okay. So you can change. But this one is, this one is the what they call? It's already fixed, right? Can you see what is the address for analog? IW. Because why? Because it's a 16-bit. Okay, it's a 16-bit long, means 2 bytes. Okay, so you see here, go to my manual, in the slides. Yes. So analog, they're using 16-bit. Okay, so it's using IW 64 by default lah, but the number you can change. Like just now we changed the number for the this one, right? The 0, 1, the this one also can change. So IW64. And the next one is what? You go to your TI. Next one is what? 66. Yes. Why? Because inside here I have 2 bytes, correct? That is IB64 plus IB65, IB66 plus IB67. but we use this number only.
In programming, you just
Programming, we just put this number lah. But how it works, like this. 2 byte combine, become 100. Okay. So in PLC, we have a Boolean. Okay, go to my slide. Go down. Boolean by word, double word. Right. Okay. Go down. Go down. Go down. Okay. Yes. So you see, if 8 bit, right, means 1 byte, means if all the bit are 1 1 1 1 1 1, I will get 2 5. This is in binary, this is in decimal number. Okay. Then for 16 bit, if all the 16 number is 1 1 1 1 1, I get 6 5 5 3 5. Okay. Okay. But why analog? Because this one also got value, right? This one also got value, correct? Of course, analog cannot use Boolean because Boolean is 1 bit, which is 0 or 1. Okay. Byte, okay, or they call short integer, is a 8 bit, 0 to 255. But why they didn't use the byte? Because this also got value, right? But the value is too small. Okay, too small. So let's say want to measure very minute details in temperature. For example, temperature changes. Let's say the temperature is 0 to 300 degree. If I want to get 250.5, we cannot get. Right? Okay, because very small. So that's why they use a word, or they call integer also, which is 16 bit. Why? Because 0 to 65535. So you have 65,000 the value to store one analog value. Okay. So Siemens analog value, the range is 0 to 27648. That is the range. That is the resolution. Okay, it means if I get 10 volt, physically I get 10 volt, right? But in PLC I will get 27,640. So where I can get example, this one can get from the manual. But one good thing about Siemens is all the 300 models, 300, 400, 8200, 1002, 1005, all the same value. Only the 200 is different value. Okay, the 200. So different PLC, different numbers. Elaborately, different value. Mitsubishi, different values. Okay. So you see, they say this is the value. So to store this value, of course I cannot store in a byte. I need a word. Okay. That is the reason they are using word. All PLC, all PLC, the analog is word 16 bit.
All PLC.
All PLC. 16 bit. Because 8 bit is very small number, so they cannot store 8 bit value. So they need 16 bit. But of course they don't use all the total number to use this. Okay, can go to next. No, next. Next page. Yes, this is the one. So you see, Boolean means 1 bit, right? So the value is on or off, right? Okay. Then they have a byte. Byte they call short integer. Okay, short integers. Okay. Then short integer pun ada dua jenis. One is a sign which is negative to positive value. One is unsigned which is positive value. Okay. Then they have an integer of one word lah. Okay. Integer also same. They have a negative and positive value. Okay, and only positive value. Then if you needed double integer or double word, then I need to use 32 bit of data. So if 32 bit is 0 to 4.2 billion. Yes. Okay. Yes. So how I get these numbers? 32 means if 32 bit in binary 111111, I get this number. Okay. This number I cannot remember lah. This number I can remember. That's only 5 digits. This number I can remember. I just know 4.2 billion. Okay. Okay. So these are the later we see that here. Okay. These are the main 4 type of main data types in PLC. So mostly we use Boolean for digital input, digital outputs, and we use word for analog input, analog output. Double word if we do some calculation, some value which is more than this number, then I use this value. Okay, but very not common, very rare we use. Only ask me also, but very rare. Very rare we use. But some PLC don't have byte also. Some PLC Boolean mean 1 bit, straight away 16 and 32 bit. Only Siemens they have 1 bit, 8 bit, 16, 32 bit. Okay, good. Okay, go back to our theory. Okay, then you go to the high speed counter, like I said, right? So if I using the counter, you go down, can go down here. Yeah. Okay. So can go down, then I can use this. I mean, need to enable this lah. Enable this counter, then need to start the counter. Okay. Then the same pulse. You go to pulse. So same. If I want to use the pulse, yes, I need to enable the pulse. Then I can use for normal output really if I enable the pulse. Now I not enable, so I can use for the normal lamps, normal outputs. But if I enable ready, I can use for normal ready. So the output become pulse. So it means I only can use as a pulse output. So pulse output means only can program, can control servo motor or stepper motor. For these two only I can use pulse. Okay. Next, yes, startup. Okay, so this one. So whenever I power on, right? Okay, so whenever I power on, so what type of start I want to do? So mode before the power off. So follow the mode before power off, or I want to go to run everything. So one result is go if you choose run means, let's say before I power off is already stopped. When you power on, it's automatically go to run. Okay. Then the comparison preset, the configuration. Okay, means start up the CPU even if mismatch the configuration. Okay, but it won't work lah. Means for example, like this PLC, right? Let's say you add some IO. So suddenly one of the IO you take out. You power off, you take out already. Then you power on. If the IO is not there, the PLC cannot start. It's always go to stop mode until the IO is there. If I choose this one, even mismatch means even the hardware is not there, PLC can go to the run mode. But of course it cannot run lah. Because the card is not there. So I don't have the signal. But other cards all can work. Okay. Then this one is how the time, how many milliseconds lah, means 60 seconds lah, to check the configuration and run. Okay. Okay. Now go to cycle. Okay. This one is the 100 millisecond timing for the, yeah, can go 1 until 6 seconds. 6 means 6000 drive. So sir, the cycle time, the scan time, running time. Okay. Then the communication load is communication load is okay, because here 20% right, we can increase the percentage, means how to say, it's based on how many communications I'm using for this PLC. Let's say I'm using only Profinet, it's okay. Let's say I'm using Profinet and I'm using Profibus, then I'm using other functions, other communications, then I need to increase this percentage. If no, what happens, it will always interrupt your communications. Okay, but normally we don't do anything here. Okay, then the system and the clock memory. Yes. Okay, system memory, clock memory is they call system value, the PLC value. Okay, it means you see, I can use the memory, I can use MB, right? Okay, I can use the memory here. You click enable, for example. So M1.0 it becomes the first scan. It means the M1.0, whenever the PLC from stop become run, this particular memory will on and off one pass. That's all. After that it cannot on. It's from the PLC, from the system. Means the system give you the data. Okay. So sometimes what we do is, like example, and power off and on, we want to reset our system. When the PLC go to stop and suddenly go stop, then you want to run back. When you run, want to reset the system, you can use this particular memory to reset in your program. So for example, okay, let's say you are controlling a servo motor. So servo motor kan ada home position, then you move, you do the job, and suddenly I go here, suddenly stuck or something lah. Then you press reset, emergency stop, then you off and on back the PLC. So what happen? You can use this one to tell my servo motor go to home position. So automatically it will go to home position without any settings. You don't need to press anything.
This memory perlu dibuat dalam program.
It must use in the program. Okay. Then diagnose status update means, okay, if the PLC from error become no error, right? Okay, means this memory will be like on and off. So all these are functions, memory you can use. Okay. Then always one, always true, always true, always false. Means this memory sentiasa on. You cannot off the memory. Always on. So any place you need that memory, you can use this. Here is always false. Same thing. If any place you want to use, you can use this. Okay. Same goes for your clock memory. This one is the pulse. Like a timer kind of the pulse, right? On, off. But this one is just like the system one. Okay? It's in hertz. I also always forget this one. 10 hertz. Clock time. Oh, 10 hertz means it's a 0. Oh, this number divide 10, you can get a value. So this one is 1 hertz. So this one is a 1 second timer. All this value you divide 10, then you can get in time, in seconds. This one in hertz.
So in our program kita ada pakai M0.0 tadi ya.
It will affect this now.
So how?
If I enable this, it will affect. So
Oh, kalau enable.
kalau ini I click OK and I download baru dia ada effect lah. Okay, but if I don't want to use 0, I can put some other numbers here. You put 100.
Oh.
So now you can use the 100 as a pulse.
Tapi kalau kita enable tadi, apa 0 and we run this program,
It won't affect. Now it won't affect. But we enable, we click OK, we download the settings to the PLC, baru dia akan ada effect.
nanti apa effect to this kalau kita enable and try to run this.
Won't work. Won't work because 0.0 where I use for the first motor off, right? So it won't work properly. You cannot start. You cannot press the start button.
Okay.
Okay, but now for now we don't use that. So uncheck. Later we'll be using. That time we can. So see. Okay. Wait. Because you know what? In SIMATIC manager data ada memory. So you must create your own pulse function. You must create your own on-off. Okay. Other PLCs memang ada banyak. Ada many. When from stop to run one pulse. From run to stop one pulse. Dia akan bagi satu pulse. Dan timer pun ada banyak. 1 second pulse, 10 second pulse, 1 minute pulse, 0.1 second, 0.2 second, macam tu ada banyak. Then what else? Kalau program ada interrupt, ada satu signal, all that ada banyak. Siemens don't have much because why? Siemens banyak guna blocks. Kalau you nak perlukan satu signal, kalau PLC tu ada error, one signal, so you use one pulse and that can work. Okay. Then memory card. Yes. Okay. So if you're using memory card, then you can using this one. How many person you want to use the memory card? Because the memory card, if for this, if the lowest one for this memory card, if I'm mistaken, is a 4 MB. The one I'm using for the 1005. Highest one is 64 GB, if I'm mistaken. Okay?
AG.
What's it? 80, yeah, you can see the capacity of the memory card you want to use. Okay, by the number of factors. Because we then select whether diagnostic interrupt buffer are generated when the service life of memory card is reached. So how many data can be written in the memory card? So how long you can use the memory card? Berapa cycle they can keep in the memory card from that. So the moment if you activate this means the moment it reach 80%, it can give you one alarm. So from the alarm you can know already. So the memory is full, it's so long you're using, so time to change your memory card or something like that. Or time to go and clean up the memory card. Or you want to know more about this, just click here. Yes, it will open up the information window. Actually, Simtia got a very good software. Anything you don't understand, it will show up like this. Just click and it will go bring you there. Then will show you how to change something, how to read some data. what are the function, everything it can show you. Okay? Okay, can close this. Okay, next, web server. Yes. Okay. Web server means you can enable web server. Once you enable the web server, then you connect any laptop. No need TIA portal. Okay, just connect your Ethernet cable. Then you go to your Google. You just key in HTTPS, key in the IP address. It open up the web server of that PLC. So inside web server, what are the things we can see is what is the PLC state, whether it's a run or stop, what is some PLC values you can see, all that, but we need to do settings everything here. So if you want to get the data of the PLC, but you can see the logic. Only can know the PLC status, what error or something, and some values. If you want to see some values, you can see there also. Okay. Then of course multilingual support can support everything, all these languages. Okay, then the time. Okay, what is the time? Local time. This one for your PLC, okay. Because for now I just because this one I just buy, I didn't change anything. Okay, so it's just follow the setting original settings by default settings. You want to change, then change according to our time. So then only if this one is needed, if you do some, if you want to use the timer value in your program, means okay, let's say like there's one process morning 8 o'clock I need to start until 5 o'clock only. After that I don't want. Means you need to do a program for that. Just arrange this one. Later on in the program there's a function blocks to read the time. So you can use that block to read the time, then you can use that value to do a program. So follow that time. So automatically, for example, you want to control these lamps, everything. 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock start, 5 o'clock finish. So you don't need to create a program. Just enable this. There's a function to call the timing value. You just use that and do the program. Actually good, as I say. Very good PLC, Siemens. For the value of the money they give you, selling you for 1,300, 1,400, 1,200 to 1,003 there. It's very good PLC. A lot of things here. Okay, then of course just now the protection. Right? Protection, the full access, everything just now we do. Okay. Then OPC UA. Okay. OPC is a open platform communication. Yes. So it's a server. It's like a server. OPC, OPC is like a server. So it means I want to connect to a cloud system, for example. Okay. So let's say the PLC, I want to talk to your cloud. I want to send data to your cloud. How you want to send? So you use OPC. So this PLC send the data to OPC. OPC send the data to the cloud. So OPC is a software. So many brands lah. So Siemens have also they have their own OPC server. OPC is like a server only. Take data from the client one, send to client two. That's all. Mostly will be using when you do like sharing data or transfer data. Data means value. Okay, then you go to advanced configuration. This one for this one only available in 4.4 above. So this one if you want to add the DNS and address. Because server, if you want to connect this PLC to a server, you need to add the DNS address of the server. Because server, let's say your company have a server, so you want to add this PLC into your server system. Then you can add this DNS server everything. Then you can remotely access the PLC from your office. You connect to your server, from the server you can connect to your server. A lot of things can change. Okay, then the last one is the runtime license. Okay. But this one is for OPC lah. I don't have this license, that's why no license. Okay, if you have a license, you click that. Okay, so you must have the SIMATIC basic license. So then only the OPC can work. OPC can share data. But this, what we're talking about is the Siemens OPC, yeah? Because there's other brand OPC also. And want to use Siemens OPC, I must have the Siemens OPC license. If I'm using other brand, then other brand license. Okay, so these are the settings you have in your PLCs. Okay, good. Any question? Final one. Just cancel. Don't need to say. So when you have time, then you just go to what is OPC and the okay.
Apa beza OPC dengan OPC is protocol
Yes.
compared to macam Profibus.
No, okay. Profibus more to cabling. Like it's a protocol also, but more to like it's like Profibus is Siemens one. Profinet is a Siemens one. Okay. So like Modbus is a under Modicon. Okay. Then control net, all that. So all that is their own. So LMLE is LMLE KD. Very simple. LMLE PLC. Then I have LMLE device. I want to connect to this guy. So I need to use a protocol of KST. Let's say I'm using an Ethernet protocol. I use Ethernet. Means I use IP address lah. But I want to set a name for this protocol so that I can easily access data from here. So that they created this Profibus, Profinet, control net. Means there's no additional software for this. Okay, it's just like a driver only. Make sure this is a Siemens drive, Siemens PLC. This Siemens drive can support Profibus. This Siemens PLC can support Profibus. I connect the cable. Then inside here I can do the settings. I can do the configuration. Okay, like just now we do the configuration, right? You will add PLC, everything, right? You do the configuration. Okay. OPC means there's no configuration involved. It's the software. It's another software. So for OPC must have the laptop. Means if let's say if a Profibus is a protocol, so once you transfer the data to here, so the PLC and the drive can talk to each other, no problem. But OPC means I need to have a laptop. So means mostly they use for SCADA also. Because SCADA is already a laptop, inside a laptop. Let's say we talk about cloud system. Okay, so your cloud sends the data to the OPC. OPC will send the data to the PLC. So OPC is like a software-based communication system. So they have a software for that. But of course, you still need to use the cables. What type of cables you want to use? Of course, to the cloud they don't have a cable. But to the PLC, what type of cable? Are you using Ethernet? Or are you using the RS-232? Or are you using the RS-485? So that one is a protocol. This one like more than a protocol. It's like what they call. Is communication. The term I want to use. It's not a protocol. I know what. didn't use the name. It's a data communication software, you can call it like. Because if I tell protocol, then it's like they call it a standardized OPC server protocol for that. It's a software, yeah. The software program that translates the communication protocol of any device into a standardized PLC. So it can, OPC is like a middleman. It can receive any type of protocol. I can take Modbus, I can take 485, I can take serial connections. Then from here I send to my clients. That is OPC actually. Mostly they use for SCADA system. Yes. Common, very common in SCADA. You know why? SCADA is computer based, right? HMI is touch panel, right? Okay, SCADA is a computer based, means you can see your whole plant there in your SCADA system. Okay. HMI is one PLC to one PLC. Sorry, one HMI to one PLC. So that PLC controlling your machine A. Another HMI, another PLC controlling machine B. But your SCADA is here the status of machine A and machine B combined. Okay. Let's say your SCADA can support Siemens and Omron. Then I can directly connect to my network using a switch or something. Ethernet, let's say Ethernet, okay. Then here the SCADA directly can take data from the PLCs. Let's say my SCADA cannot directly communicate to OPC. Sorry, your Omron, for example. I only can communicate to Siemens. Okay, so in this case, what I do, I install a OPC software in my laptop. Okay, so the SCADA can directly take data from the Siemens, but for Omron, OPC is the one taking data from the Omron. It is standardized. The protocol can be any protocol. Then I send to my SCADA. So it can be any cables. Can be 485, RS-232, Ethernet, any cables. Okay. That is the OPC function. Take data from client here and client. So they don't need to know each other. They don't need to, because he don't know his language. For example, this device. He don't know his language. He don't know his language. So I need one guy to translate the protocol, right? So this guy will talk to this guy, take the data and send to this guy. Something like that. That's why they call it as a server always. OPC is always like a server. Your client is who is taking the data, who is using the data. They are the clients. So let's say PLC and SCADA, or PLC your cloud programming. That is how it is very, very common already now. I mean, big companies are very common. Because nowadays all they want to store the data in the cloud system. Right? Because the cloud system then from let's say your parent company in Europe, so they want to see your production, all the data, everything, right? So you can use to send the data to your cloud system. So from the cloud you can get data. But how to, because I have so many different type of systems. So I need to standardize to one, then from the one I need to send to my cloud. So I need cloud must use OPC. SCADA at least can communicate also can. But if you have time, then you go and explore what is OPC. Very interesting. Okay. Now, what do you do? You save this project, go to project, save as, lesson 2. Now you delete all. You click on the network. Just can delete. Yes. Okay, it's completely become new project. Save. Yep. Okay. So now what I want to do, you put a normally open. Okay. Then the output you use the normal coil. Yes. Then change the output. Double click here. Click there to set as. Yes. Means this is a set coil. Just now it's a normal coil. Normal output. Huh? This is a set coil. Okay. You know we have a normal relay. Right? Means okay, when you energize, the contact will open close. Then you de-energize, it will off. There's some relay called latch relays. Correct? You send one signal enough, it's always latch, always on only. So you need to send another signal to reset it to off. It's like a special relay, like so something like that. Okay. So okay, you put a start button here, start, and motor one here. Okay. So means I start, this is a push button, right? So means I just one signal enough. Motor is always on. Cannot off the motor. Unless you add another line here. Another line. Normally open. Put the stop button. No need to latch. Put the stop button. Okay. Then here you add another one here. Output. Reset. Motor one. Yes. So you press start, you set, you press stop, reset. Now the stop button you see you use normally open. Correct. Because earlier you use normally close because you want to cut off the line. Now I use normally open because I want to energize this. Okay. You save, download this. Monitor. You press that. You see the output is always on until you reset. You press that again. Press stop and reset.
That's the reset.
So dia suggested on
The S tu
Set.
set lah.
set
Saya kira gitu.
this. So maksudnya for example means dalam set tu ada satu coding. Means actually this program is exactly same like the earlier one we do, right? Dia macam ni. So start motor. So this one exactly same as start. This is a set coil. This is a normal coil. This and this exactly same. For this because why? We need to understand. This is coil. This coil always refer to your line. If the line is on, your coil is on. If the line is off, your coil is off. But here is they already name is a set coil. Means I just give one pulse enough. I always will set. In this case, if I want to off this, I need to cut off this. Stop. But in this case, I need to reset it. So how? But how to reset is depend on how you want to reset. Okay, good. Now go to network number 2. We go offline. You put normally open motor 1. Okay, then you add a timer. Timer 1. Okay, put 10 seconds. Then the output, okay, like just now what we did, we put a memory line. So we create memory, we put cut off right now. But in this case, because it's a reset, right? Actually, I can reset, put it here also. Okay. Just copy this, paste here, and copy this. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, now save right here. Then let's say you want to on another motor after the timer. So just now what we do, we use a memory. One memory you normally close here, another memory you on, right? If I want to set, I can just add here. Click here. Add one branch. Set. No, set.
No, sir.
Set, yeah. You can copy. Don't copy and put it here, no problem. And change to motor 2. Yes. So means I start, I on, then I motor 1 run. When motor 1, okay, set. Reset motor 1, on motor 2. Okay. So I do the same thing. Okay, actually what we can do, we can do the same program just now like this, right? Go down. Then in the same network we do, so easy to see. Okay, you add a branch, normally open, put motor 2. Okay, add a timer. Timer 2. Let's say put the same 10 seconds. Okay, now reset motor 2. You can copy this. Copy reset or okay, copy reset is okay. Then change to motor 2. Okay, then you add a branch, set motor 3. Then you add another timer like this for motor 3. Normally open first, motor 2. Okay, blender. Sorry, motor 3. Okay, that's all. Okay, go up. If I stop, I want to off all, right? You go down. You copy this reset. No, copy. You go up. You tick here. You add branch. No, add branch first. Okay, another branch. First branch, you paste the reset motor 2. The second branch, you just copy paste also can. And copy this, paste, change to which one. The same program, but I'm using the set reset functions. Okay, you download, you can test. Press start and see. Yes, yours. Okay. No, it's all that. Just put timer here. 10 seconds. Okay, go up. Go up, okay, go up. Yes. So this program now exactly same like the previous program, but different way of program. I use different instructions. Okay, good. Any question? So start one by one lah. Set, reset, set, reset, set, reset. Good. No questions, so we can end the session. Then tomorrow we come back. We see what is the pulse functionality, and maybe we do one small project tomorrow. Then once we done with the project, then I think tomorrow itself we can jump into HMI program. Okay, good. But can follow, right? Am I too fast? Am I
Okay
too
lah.
fast? Okay, boleh ah.
Boleh pick up.
Because sometimes I talk too fast.
Sometimes
Yeah, of course.
Fresh.
Sometimes you
Selalu.
process
Ah.
because I know sometimes.
benda baru.
Yes, of course. Benda baru. Dari satu, sometimes when I show you something, of course I know when I talk about 16-bit, you don't understand. Okay. Correct or not? Okay, at least okay. Now I tell Boolean, but it be 16-bit 3-bit. For now, you know you are not like fully understand. But later when we use this, then you can understand better. So for now, I put like this in your brain first. Later when I use that, then you can know really, okay, this is what just now we do. Okay, of course this one later on we do again more. Because the first 2 days is more to like logic interlocks. You know, normally open, normally close, timer, all that. Okay, then we do HMI. Then the third day, we do more on the data types. It means we focus more on the word, double word, integer, double integer, all that. Third day. Then fourth day, then we will focus on analog. Then fifth day, we will go on the drive functions. Do you have the laptop?
Ada.
Do you have the software? No.
I think I have trial V20,
Oh, machine ready.
but I haven't tried. I'm not sure. I think I have or not. I have to check.
Is it you down from the website? Is it your personal or company?
This is my personal.
Personal.
Personal. Laptop office, the office.
Okay. Personal, no problem. I can give you the license. I have the license. For version 20, I have the license. I can give you the license. So you can practice. Then listen, you have a laptop, then you can bring lah. So I can install for you. Okay? But no problem. Let's say you don't have the laptop currently. Later you have the laptop, no problem. You just WhatsApp me. I can, because normally I will put in my cloud some software lah.
Mutlak.
Not cloud. I mean in my Google Drive. This is my card. So whatever you done, just save first. your grab.
Yeah.
Oh. Can.
Can.
Can. Want to leave it here also can. Want to bring back also can.
Okay, see you.
Okay, see you tomorrow. The balance payment is done?
No.
Once done, then
How
send
to-
the receipt lah.
Macam mana?
What's that?
Macam mana? Transfer?
Transfer.
Transfer.
The day I invoice, or the QR code tak ada.
QR code.
Ah. Want to transfer now or?
Sini,
Oh,
transfer.
no.
Balance.
Go, go, go.